The world was blessed with inspirational cathedrals that defy description. Forbes magazine wrote an article about the motivations behind cathedral thinking. The essence of the article was this: people don't just want to lay bricks, they want to build cathedrals. Well, today, we're going to highlight accomplishments from some of the cathedral thinkers in our community and the ongoing role that tourism plays in transforming people and places. For starters, let's take a look at the numbers. Tourism infuses more than $643 million into our local businesses each year. This creates a positive economic cycle as revenues flow throughout our community, supporting jobs, lowering taxes, stimulating opportunity, and enhancing our quality of life. Nearly 6,000 residents earn their livelihood working in tourism businesses in our community, spurring on over $1.7 billion in business sales. Visit Tri-Cities acts as a bridge connecting community leaders, agencies, tourism partners, and others as we help infuse economic vitality and community achievement. But what we do goes far deeper than economic impact. There are so many ways that tourism is transforming people and places in our community. When you think about it, tourism is all about making and celebrating connections. Personal connections with nature and outside, social connections with family and friends, physical connections with health and fitness, mental connections with open minds and fresh ideas. You get the idea. As a destination, we are lucky to have a broad base of industry and business segments that provide a stable economic foundation for our community. That base is stimulated by 5 core destination drivers: wineries and vineyards, river recreation, history and science, events and entertainment, and sunshine and open spaces. These core experiences attract an inflow of visitor spending into the area, energizing our businesses and creating vibrant opportunities for making connections. Together, they work like a destination dance. And today, we've invited the Mid-Columbia Contemporary Dance to celebrate the vital transformations that they inspire. Take a look.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. On your feet. Show me you got soul. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Big shout out and thank you to the dancers for bringing that idea to life so beautifully. Their performance is a great reminder that with every part, when every part moves with purpose, the whole community moves forward. And to help us continue that momentum, I'd like to welcome to the stage our board chair and the airport director, Buck Taft. Buck?
There are many important leaders who help choreograph the destination dance in our communities. I want to acknowledge our honored guests and elected officials for joining us today and ask that they stand when I call out their name. Audience, please hold your applause until they are all standing. Office of Congressman Dan Newhouse, Dallas Parr, Emily Garza. City of Kennewick Mayor Gretel Crawford. City of Kennewick Mayor Pro Tem Chuck Torelli. City of Kennewick Council Member Jim Milbauer. Kennewick City Manager Aaron Erdman. I'm happy I got through Kennewick because I kept messing it up, so that's my win for this year. City of Pasco Mayor David Milne, Pasco Council members Blanche Barajas, Pasco City Manager Harold Stewart, City of Richland Mayor Teresa Richardson, City of Richland Mayor Pro Tem Sandra. This person is the only man in the Tri-Cities to beat me in a game of horseshoes and take the first ever pro-am, West Richland Mayor Brent Gary, City of West Richland Council members Richard Bloom and David Fetto, and Port of Benton Commissioner Scott Keller. Port of Kennewick Commissioner Skip Novakovich, Benton PUD Commissioner Lori Sanders, Benton PUD Commissioner Mike Massey. I may have missed someone, and if so, please stand so we can recognize you. Thank you. I want to recognize and thank H2C and the Three Rivers Convention Center and Toyota Center for their diamond level contribution to Visit Tri-Cities, which includes sponsorship of this meeting. I also want to recognize the other 5 diamond level sponsors for the tremendous support they provide to Visit Tri-Cities. Diamond level sponsors include P&L, Bechtel National, CPCco, HMIS, and Alpine Roofing. Please join me in thanking them for their support and involvement in the positive impact Visit Tri-Cities brings to our communities. We also want to recognize the cities, counties, ports, and local agencies for their collaboration and support as we work to fuel transformational growth. This collaboration was evident as our communities worked together to host the Ironman 70.3. On that note, I would like to welcome Kevin back to the stage to discuss a new program introduced by Visit Tri-Cities this year.
Thanks, Buck.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Buck. One of the undercurrents that moves the Tri-Cities forward as a community is the concept of personal transformation. From the beginning, our people have been driven to look for possibilities and find solutions. This internal power propels individuals over obstacles and around barriers. And the collaborative nature of this in our community, the belief that we can make a difference, is a force that continues to unveil new opportunities. This year, our team launched the I Am Tri program that was born from that undercurrent. Let's take a look.
Start seeing people crash down in that water, man, it was something. And then you get down in that chute and you're waiting for that beep, 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 and wow, I mean, what a thrill.
Bringing an event like the Ironman 70.3 to the Tri-Cities provides immediate economic impact to the area, and the event does way more than that for the community. Some of the most significant benefits are seen in the community pride and enthusiasm that the event helps generate.
The streets were lined with people ringing bells and hanging up signs and cheering us all on, and it brings the community out, gives them something to do together.
The support of the community is the magic.
I've never pushed my body to that kind of limit before in my life.
Gotta love it when the training comes together.
I've had shorter stints of high exertion, but nothing for 6.5 hours like that.
When we noticed the swell of positive energy and activity in our community surrounding the Ironman event, we wanted to share it, to reach out to people in our community who, for whatever reason, might not see themselves in this space. The I Am Tri program gives deserving individuals the opportunity to conquer the Ironman 70.3 and in the process, transform their lives.
I never pictured myself being here today. I grew up in a low-income household. I didn't have many opportunities to try different sports or even know my own capabilities or abilities.
Each year, we invite 2 individuals to participate in the race. And with generous support from community partners, we help remove some of the barriers to success.
But you're missing about all of this water right here.
The I Am Tri program has been a fantastic experience for me, and it got me to a level I didn't think I could get to.
It's important to have other people on your team and supporting you, because I would not have my finisher medal if it wasn't for my support.
I had great support along the way. My family, my wife, the sponsors from I Am Tri. Couldn't have done it without all of them.
So good! The I Am Tri program allowed me to learn about myself, get the resources I needed, and just feel comfortable with my journey as I become a healthier version of myself. And this gave me the opportunity to know that I'm capable of that and more.
I think our purpose in life is to discover what's inside, our talents, our gifts, and our abilities. And when we find that, we use those gifts and abilities to do good in the world. And that inspires others to do the same.
Challenge and succeed together. So the more people we can get engaged, the better and more exciting our community will continue to be.
Growing up, even as a child, I didn't know there was any of these type of races. I didn't know I could go out there and participate. I didn't know I could go out there and push myself. But with this opportunity with the I Am Tribe program, I learned that there's so many other things that I could be a part of. With the right resources, with the right support, I can make those things happen.
Maricela was born in a migrant worker family. In her younger life, she had a near drowning incident that gave her and her family an extreme fear of the water.
My dad's no longer living, so even though he can't be here, I know he would be so happy and proud of me. He would not let me get in the water, but I know he would be so happy.
This morning when I got up and I looked in the mirror to shave, I was thinking, I'm a triathlete. I had numerous people around me say I could never do that.
I met Mike about 4 years ago. At that time, he had already been 5 years sober.
I checked into treatment on August 11th of 2016. Struggling with alcohol for some time. The last 2 years were horrendous. I was running myself in the ground as well as trying to drag down everything, my family, my business, all of it. Finally got lucky enough that I was pushed by friends and family to seek help. I still work a 12-step program. I'm still active in recovery groups in town. It's something I see that's necessary for my survival. The I Am Tribe program came out. I had a couple buddies kind of reach out and say, hey, this thing might be something you want to look into.
The I Am Tribe program really catapulted him in a different space. He went from this darkness in his past life, and he's able to continue that journey into this light through exercise and the support of the community.
I Am Tribe athlete Michael McKinney, congratulations.
As soon as we walked out of the finishers area, me and
chance to become better and give yourself a chance to be someone that others can look up to in the community.
We have an opportunity to use our gifts and talents to lift others around us, to create a path of hope and achievement that breaks down barriers and inspires goodness.
You don't have to do it alone. You can get out of the darkness with someone else, and there's somebody that you can lean on so that you can find joy and connection and light in life.
Through the I Am Tribe program, I've discovered what's in me, what's in you.
This really has been an incredible program to work through and watch these athletes as they work through this in their life. Mike and Maricela are here, and if they wouldn't mind standing up, we can all give them an applause and congratulate them on that journey. The I Am Tribe program presented by Bechtel provides a transformational opportunity for individuals in our community. Thanks to the support of our sponsors, we're going to continue the find the application there and see if you can be one of the next I Am Tribe athletes. Let's give another hand to Mike and Maricela. Buck, this year's Tourism Champion Award gives us a chance to look even deeper into the transformational changes inspired by tourism.
The Chris Watkins Tourism Champion of the Year Award is the most prestigious award that Visit Tri-Cities extends each year. And as a sponsor of our annual meeting, we are honored to have H2C President Carol Johnson joining us today to announce this year's winner.
I'm Carol Johnson, and I'm the President and Program Manager at Hanford Tank Waste Operations and Closure, otherwise known as H2C. And on behalf of our 2,500 employees, thank you to Kevin, to Buck, and the Visit Tri-Cities team for all your work this year, as evidenced by the videos that we just saw. H2C is thrilled to support the transformational growth of our people and our community. And our mission on the Hanford site is to deliver exceptional performance in safely removing, treating, and disposing of tank waste. We focus not just on what we do, but how we do that. And the how is our H2C values and behaviors. And they include things like make it better, make something better every day, commit to our mission, own it, listen first, and act with integrity. And there are several what we call expected behaviors that are a part of that value set. And those examples include things like do the right thing, be the solution, have a positive outlook every day, and being innovative. Being innovative will allow us to deliver and to achieve our vision on the Hanford site to solve the Department of Energy's largest environmental challenge in order to provide a positive legacy for future generations and also a positive legacy for this great community. The Chris Watkins Tourism Champion Award celebrates those who also share that goal, those who create continued positive, meaningful impact in the Tri-Cities tourism industry and help make this community the best it can be. So we're excited to announce the winner of the 2025 Chris Watkins Tourism Champion Award is Vijay Patel. So Vijay is president of A1 Hospitality. A1 Hospitality is a family-owned and operated hotel management and development company founded in 1997 by Vijay and his wife, Meeta Patel. The company is headquartered here in Kennewick. Vijay's commitment to excellence, innovation, and desire to be the solution has transformed the Tri-Cities into a destination. His integrity and passion make him an inspiring role model. This award recognizes his outstanding vision for tourism and his leadership and dedication to our community. He's already up here, but I want to give a little background on his accomplishments. Vijay began his life in Uganda. Due to political unrest, his family fled. He finished high school and college in India and then moved to London to start a career in his family's retail operations. And after moving to the United States with his family in 1993, he began managing a family-owned motel in Oregon. And in 1997, A1 Hospitality was born. His journey in the Tri-Cities started in 2002 as Vijay worked with Franklin County to develop a hotel and event center in Pasco. And this project is a good example of cathedral thinking. In the early 2000s, no one was developing in Pasco. And as you can see from the image on the screen, the area around Road 68 was desolate. At the time, Vijay told a newspaper reporter, "You watch. This area is going to start popping like popcorn," and did it ever. Over the years, A1 has acquired and renovated a number of hotel properties in the region. And in 2018, they added the Courtyard by Marriott at the Pasco Airport, and today they have 3 additional tourism construction projects underway. Vijay has built an A-team at A1 Hospitality Group, and he claims that's the real essence of his success. He says, "Our philosophy is simple: treat every guest like family, every employee like a partner, and every property as an opportunity to serve the community." He's a civic and industry leader and mentor who has been recognized for his contributions and advocacy for the tourism industry. Vijay's commitment to excellence and innovation truly transformed the Tri-Cities as a destination, and his passion for the industry and inspiring leadership align perfectly with our value at H2C of Make It Better. And we're thrilled to honor him with this Chris Watkins Tourism Champion Award.
Congratulations, VJ. I've had the privilege of working closely with VJ and A1 for a number of years. He's one of the 45 influential community leaders from across our communities that make up the Visit Tri-Cities Board of Directors. We want to recognize all of the board members for their contributions today. The individuals listed on the screen represent a broad scope of organizations and community services that provide critical expertise to our organization. It's a pleasure working with these industry professionals as they help us fuel transformational change in the people and places of the Tri-Cities. Now I'll turn things back to Trish to present the Excellence in Service Award.
All right, I'm switching my hats. Good afternoon. I'm Trish Heron with Battelle, operator of Department of Energy's Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. We focus on simultaneous excellence in science, technology, management and operations, and community service. Battelle has proudly sponsored the Excellence in Service Award since 2013, and I am honored to be the chair. This year we received more than 50 nominations from across the community, each highlighting the people and the businesses who shape our visitors' experience. Excellence in service can be measured in a variety of ways, but truly memorable experiences go beyond the basics. It makes someone feel cared for. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Shay Frigette to the stage. Shay and her husband Greg are the owners of Frigette Winery and the winner of the 2024 Excellence in Service Award. Guests applaud the staff at Frigette Winery for always welcoming them at the door with a smile and for consistently providing quick and detailed service. Please help me welcome Shay.
Thank you. Receiving the Excellence in Service Award was incredibly motivating to our team, and it reaffirmed why personalized, meaningful guest experiences matter so much, not only in our community, but everywhere. Excellent services is really about connection, those memorable moments that make someone feel seen and supported and valued. Businesses that consistently create those moments ultimately strengthen our entire community. As the evaluation committee reviewed this year's nominations, there was one business that really stood out. For them, exceptional service, it wasn't just about tasks, it really was that honoring folks and connecting with them was woven into their culture. Every person who walks through their doors is welcome just like family. And we just celebrated Thanksgiving, so we know how important family is, right? Right? They also understand that great service starts with a supported team. When a team feels valued, then your guests are going to feel valued too. And the stories behind this year's winner says it all. Here's an example. In the early hours of the morning, a family arrived after losing everything they own in a house fire. No shoes, no credit cards, and their children were still in their pajamas. A team member stepped in immediately to help them get settled, and then spent the next several days assembling a basket of essentials like laundry soap and hygiene items, toys for kids and children's supplies. They even provided toys for the family pet, just to give them comfort and to give them dignity during such a devastating time in their life. And another example is when an elderly guest became distressed when he couldn't find his wife, a team member sat with him, helped him contact security and non-emergency services, and stayed with them until his wife returned safely. So those aren't just small gestures. That's going way above and beyond. That's like seeing someone as a human. That's true connection, and that's true excellence in service. These are the moments that transform someone's entire experience and inspire them to return again, again, and again. And this is what happens when a business builds culture where hospitality is heartfelt, teamwork is strong, and every guest is treated like family. In that kind of environment, extraordinary service simply becomes the norm. Today, we're thrilled to congratulate Home to Suites by Hilton Richland as this year's winner of the Excellence in Service Award. At this time, I'd like to introduce Lacey Stevens, Home to Suites General Manager, to step forward and receive the award.
Oh, for me, this is just a really good moment to thank VJ, Lacey, and so many others who are out there giving great service in our community for the connection that you've had with me while I've been here at Visit Tri-Cities over the last 3 years. Just such a wonderful group of people, and they're just so exemplary. One more round of applause for them. Over the last few years, the Visit Tri-Cities team has been charged with an ambitious set of strategic objectives. It hasn't always been easy, but we've accomplished some significant work, and I'm really, really pleased with the team. Let me show you just a few highlights that demonstrate how we're fueling transformational growth. Since 2022, the annual number of overnight visitors to our destination has grown by 220,000. During that time, we generated an increase of nearly $50 million in visitor spending. The overall economic impact of visitors has grown to $1.7 billion. How is that happening? Well, it's through the focus of our team on our strategic pillars: effective sales and marketing, collaborative destination development, proactive community engagement, and innovative and meaningful operations. Look at these numbers. Our annual website traffic has increased by more than 400,000 page views since 2022, and we've added more than 25,000 social media followers. In 2024 and 2025, our public relations efforts have generated more than $1.1 million worth of positive media coverage about the destination. Think about all of the brand equity, the long-term visibility, and the audience trust that those positive stories are generating for our community and how they're influencing the perception of our destination. Our PR strategy expanded significantly with the introduction of large-scale events such as the Ironman 70.3. Resulting in a surge of national and regional exposure. Speaking of Ironman, this year's event brought more than 2,000 athletes and over 10,000 visitors to the Tri-Cities. Participants came from 43 states and 14 countries. And here's the cool part: 50% of those had never been to the Tri-Cities before, and 93% plan to return. But that's not all. Perhaps the most significant benefit is the community pride and the enthusiasm that the event is helping to generate. More than 1,200 people, local volunteers, came out to support the event. Dozens of agencies, community leaders, parks and recreation teams, and first responders, and dozens more of untold heroes are involved in the success. And the positive energy that spreads throughout our community is infectious. I just want to say congratulations and thank you to every resident, every agency, every business and community leader who has stepped up and stepped in to inspire and lift our community. Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause. The Ironman event gets a lot of attention, and rightfully so, but there are so many other factors that contribute to the community growth and vitality that our teams help to generate. In total, our sales team facilitated events from over 160 conventions and sports groups, bringing in more than $37 million in visitor spending to the area in 2025. Often these events go on behind the limelight, but their consistent and continuous impact provide the foundation for those shiny pillars of tourism cathedrals. Visit Tri-Cities uses targeted digital advertising to reach the traveler most likely to visit. The data shows that some of our highest value visitors come from the fly-in markets where we have direct flights that come to the Tri-Cities, because those people tend to stay longer and spend a little bit more. So we increased our 2025 advertising in those areas to support the good work that Buck and the Port of Pasco are doing at the airport. And the numbers seem to confirm that the collaborative efforts are working. Passenger counts at the airport were on record-breaking pace leading up to the government shutdown, and then things got a little off, but we're still tracking a good pace there. When those traffic patterns shifted, we adjusted our campaigns to focus more on regional drive markets. Being data-driven allows us to do that, to take our advertising and focus and react quickly where the industry impacts are taking place and adjust our strategy in real time. Our digital ad strategies continue to deliver strong results. Through September, we've tracked an 89-to-1 return on our digital ad spend, meaning for every $1 we spend on advertising, we bring $89 back into the community to our businesses in visitor spending. And while 2025 has been a challenging year for the travel industry with softer numbers nationwide due to inflation and global uncertainty, the Tri-Cities is outperforming the region. While nearby destinations are flat or down as much as 6%, our hotels are seeing a 3.8% increase in revenue, which is one of the highest growth rates in the state. You know, we started this meeting talking about the concept of cathedral thinking, and this year we had a chance to celebrate some of the outcomes of that kind of thinking. There were a number of anniversary celebrations in 2025, including LIGO having a 10-year anniversary. The Manhattan Project National Historical Park was also celebrated 10 years this year. The Reach National Monument celebrated 25 years this year, and the Water Follies and PNNL both celebrated 60-year anniversaries. Congratulations to all of those folks and the people behind the scenes. You know, there are so many dedicated efforts of people way back when who had the vision to pursue these designations and see the visions through, and we get to celebrate those today. Some of the other transformational accomplishments that our team is involved in are focused on the future. Now, think for just a minute about the changes and enhancements that are going on to the tourism infrastructure literally right outside our doors. There's an incredible convention center expansion happening. At the Hapo Center in Pasco, there have been new renovations there, making that facility more attractive and more usable. There are new hotels and improvement projects all throughout the valley, including Live-Away Suites, the Home2 Suites, the AC Marriott that is also being built right out here. There's renovations at the Clover Island Inn, and there's a new Holiday Inn going in just down the street. In addition to those, there are a host of other local projects going on. The Aquatic Center in Pasco, the Fairgrounds renovations, the Red Mountain Event Center, some great things happening out there. There's a new pickleball facility called the Flying Pickle. And then there's the Summers Hub Food Truck Pavilion in Pasco that just opened. And we also have a new children's museum in the works. And we can't forget about the new LED lighting for the Cable Bridge. That process is still underway and moving forward. And that's not to mention the critical infrastructure and development projects taking place in our ports and cities. There's so much work going on that we can't even talk about it all. With so many transformational projects and milestones to celebrate, I just want to give a big shout out again to all the agencies and the organizations that are leading those initiatives. And I also want to congratulate the Visit Tri-Cities team for their enthusiastic role in the success of these collaborative projects. As we work together, we're building a destination that people want to visit. And when you build a destination where people want to visit, you've built a destination where people want to live, work, and invest in. And together, we're doing that, and it's transformational for all of us. Congratulations. It's really kind of hard to celebrate all of the good work our team is involved in, but I do want to congratulate our team. I'm so thrilled with the energy and enthusiasm that they have right now for the market and what's going on. And we've created a quick video to show you some of the behind-the-scenes work, some of the unique roles that they play, and their accomplishments. Take a look. We've got a really great team, and I am just so thankful to be working with them. The role our team plays is very important. We get to influence, witness, and feel the effects of the transformational changes that are taking place in our community. We get to collaborate with partners, sponsors, and community leaders who get involved in these initiatives. And there are many opportunities to get involved. As a business leader here today, I encourage you to stop by our booth in the Tourism Showcase afterward and meet our team. There you can learn more about some of the sponsorship and promotional opportunities that might be available to you as you work alongside of us in the work that we're doing. As we wrap up this section, I just want to once again congratulate our award winners, Vijay Patel from A1 Hospitality, along with Lacey Stevens and Amber Gardner-Hearn, the team at Home 2 Suites in Richland. I also want to thank Buck, Trish, Shay, Carol, everybody who's been a part of this tonight. You've been an important part of what we're doing here. Thank you for your leadership and support in everything we do. Now, the fun part, what you've all been waiting for. Tri-Cities is a community with kindred connections to the passion, the dreams, the persistence, and the human spirit of caring for one another as we push forward to build something even better. As we thought about that legacy that we have in the Tri-Cities, we reflected on the people who found something good here and used it to shape the world around them. Our hope today is really to leave you with ideas and inspiration that you can take with you as you carry that legacy forward. I'm excited to introduce somebody now who embodies that spirit. Santino Fontana is a Tony Award-winning actor and singer who grew up in Richland. You've seen his work on Broadway in Tootsie and Cinderella. You've heard him as the voice of Prince Hans in Frozen. You've watched him in Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and you've listened to dozens of his Audible books and his narrations that he does. I heard Santino speak a year ago, and it was one of those rare presentations where you wish everyone you knew could experience it. His hometown perspective reminds you of the power of connection and how much impact we have when we look for the good in others. We're thrilled to have him with us today, and I hope his story inspires you and enriches the interactions that you have in your life as you continue shaping the incredible community that we live in. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Santino Fontana.
Thank you. No pressure. Jesus. No, I'm so honored to be here. Thank you for having me. And thank you for clapping before I've even done anything. Honestly, this is a first. I have performed in front of a lot of people on stage, on screen. But this feels different because it's home. And because some of you know me from before I could grow facial hair. Which I'd like to point out happened much earlier than I would have liked. As I started writing this speech, I thought a lot about how the Tri-Cities shaped me. We moved here when I was 10. I was born in California in a town called Stockton. Now, if you've never been to Stockton, congratulations. If you have been to Stockton, congratulations, you survived. You keep your head down in Stockton. It was recently in the news, actually. It's unpredictable. There are a lot of helicopters and sirens. It's not all bad, but it's not a place where a kid with a big imagination can feel safe to explore it. There just wasn't space for that. There's a TV show set in Stockton that you may know, Sons of Anarchy. That's where I was born. Then we arrived in the Tri-Cities, and people left bikes in the driveway, and they were there in the morning. The loudest thing at night was maybe a cricket. I remember the first time when we moved here, on the front page of the newspaper, I think was a frog. There was a really, hard-hitting news story about frogs. Most importantly, though, the Tri-Cities felt emotionally safe. I learned I could breathe here, figuratively, and thanks to Zyrtec, literally. The Tri-Cities gave me permission to take up space, not just physically, but creatively. That's a rare and beautiful gift, especially for a kid. When you come from chaos, you don't realize how powerful calm is until you find it. And it wasn't just a new location. This place was and is safe, emotionally safe. The Tri-Cities gave me room. Room to take risks, room to explore, room to be weird or strange, and all of that made the difference. And with the support and patience from my parents, Sharon and Ernie Fontana, who are here, I was slowly introduced to people who helped me find my way forward, some of whom are here as well. Ginny Quinley cast me as a Cockney pickpocket in a CBC show while working around my very important All-Star Little League schedule. Linda Hoffman, who I talked to at my audition for How to Eat Like a Child, which we performed on a makeshift stage on the Columbia River. I still have the blue t-shirt. By the way, I also know what the fingernail is. That's a secret we all have. Patty White, who supported me when I left baseball practice to learn how to tap dance like Sammy Davis Jr. in a room full of very quiet girls. Jill Chambers at Carmichael Middle School, who had our science class do a series of creative projects. It led to me making movies in my parents' garage. We built a submarine out of foil for one movie. Another movie, I shot a comedic take of JFK's autopsy. Yeah, that happened. Luckily, there's no video footage of it, so don't look. No one pulled me aside, though, throughout all of this and said, hey, what are you doing? Are you sure? Settle down. Be normal. Instead, people here said, why not? In middle school, I somehow got the faculty to let us do full-on assemblies where I wrote skits. They'd never done that before. And one led me to climbing a 12-foot ladder and dumping blue oatmeal on a teacher. It was cold, don't worry. I don't remember why we did that, but they let me. No one told me no. In fact, they were game for the chaos. And all this happened in a community that kept us safe while quietly reminding us of something important. When given the chance, do the right thing. And deep down, you know what that is. Build the inner strength to choose it. And in high school, my circle of mentors expanded. Jim Qualheim let me run with ideas at Richland High School, some of which maybe went a little too far. I used to do the morning announcements every day. I always ended it with a joke. The one that got me suspended, not from school, just from doing the announcements. It wasn't that bad. Was a joke, never play leapfrog with a unicorn. Sorry. Steve Haberman taught me jazz piano theory classes, and he showed me that music really is just possibilities. Joyce Bean at CUP, Mike and Donna Horstman at Christ the King, Reg Unterseer, who started me on a vocal training journey and assured me improvement takes time. Effort and time. That's it. And I used to come to him complaining that I had no falsetto as a singer. Years later, he came to see me in Tootsie on Broadway, where I sang in falsetto half of the show. He was right. Dave Kazir, Kaz as we knew him, let me join a college jazz choir when I was in high school. And it led me to meeting Lionel Hampton at his jazz festival in Idaho. It was a full, rich childhood rooted in community, a community that made sure, first and foremost, we were safe. My wife is from Philadelphia. When I tell her my scary high school stories, she says it sounds like I grew up where Leave It to Beaver took place. One of my she had a club on her car, and I was like, really? One of my dangerous stories is water ballooning, where I got sprayed by a skunk. Yeah, that was our idea of mayhem. I was allowed to dream wildly here, to pursue my interests without fear. Richland wasn't exactly a hot spot for anything other than nuclear physicists at the time. We didn't have pickleball back then. What is that place called? Pickle what? The Dancing Pickle? The Wild Pickle? I'm in. I want to go now. I wish they had that. Anyway, but at the time it was mostly nuclear physicists. But more importantly, it had what mattered, a community that nurtured creativity and curiosity. Because I felt safe here, I could go all in. I didn't have to hold back. I didn't have to play it cool or pretend to be somebody I wasn't. That's incredibly rare, especially for a kid. And I never had to apologize for the things that I loved. I could run toward them. And it wasn't just about opportunities, it was about encouragement. People here cheered me on. Teachers stayed late. That kind of support, that kind of safety is the soil that dreams grow in. Speaking of doing the right thing, I remember a PE class where a kid was giving me a hard time for liking namby-pamby theater stuff, as well as playing baseball. I'd heard all that before. But what I didn't expect was my PE teacher saying, "Shut up, leave him alone, what do you care?" And then she turned to me and said, "Don't listen to him." And that moment stuck with me. I've since read about other people from the Tri-Cities, some of whom may be in this room, some of whom may be soccer players that had documentaries about them, or secretaries of defense in the past. I find there to be a similarity in us that unites us. There's a spine that we were raised here to speak the truth when it matters and to not fold on that. And it can get us sometimes into trouble. Even if we don't fully understand the consequences. Because here we knew when you're given the chance, you do the right thing. And eventually I packed up, I left the Tri-Cities, I moved to Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, to study acting, and then I moved to the city, New York. My goal was simple: don't become a waiter. I got to New York and quickly realized this is hard. I was told to change my name, because that would have helped. I was told to dream more realistically. Makes sense of that one. New York isn't Richland. It's relentless. It reminds you daily how replaceable you are. Unless you have a deep, unshakable desire, it's easy to give up. But I held on to what I knew. I carried the memory of freedom, the support of a community I knew would always be there, and the understanding that if I ever needed to take a breath, I could always come home, and I did often. The Tri-Cities were in my bones, and possibly some low-grade plutonium. Let's talk about failure. I failed a lot, publicly, sometimes wearing a wig. I've been discarded, I've been threatened, I've been bullied. I once auditioned for Law and Order. Right after playing Hamlet, I was reading for a tech expert, and I completely forgot how to act. It was mortifying. I will not reenact it for you now. I have still never been on Law and Order. I think I'm the only working actor in New York who hasn't. I've walked off stage, true, I haven't even played a dead body. They don't want me because I blew that audition. I've walked off stage knowing that I bombed at Carnegie Hall even. I've thought, well, that's it, I've peaked, it's over, I will never work again. For every role I have landed, there were hundreds, and I'm talking multiple hundreds, of roles that I didn't. I'm not exaggerating. For every ovation, there were moments I wondered if I was good enough. But growth can happen in those moments. My third Broadway show closed after a week. My fourth Broadway show gave me a traumatic brain injury. And when I knew I needed help, who did I call? Tim Mitchell, who was one of my best friends since 5th grade at Badger Mountain. We fought in Little League. We had a fight on the field. We both got in trouble. He was also part of the infamous skunk ballooning incident. He was in med school in New York City at the time. He went to appointments with me and he helped me get care. I'd already started realizing how harsh the world could be. Sadly, there are monsters out there roaming the countryside, but there's also people that can be with you. And so as I worked through cognitive exercises to regain my memory, which I did, thankfully, and it's probably better now, I realized showbiz is kind of silly. It's kind of chaotic. It's luck, connections, skill, and it's all stirred up in an insane blender. It's wild and unstable, and it attracts a lot of people who very well may be insane. And that realization, depressing as it was freeing, because most people would walk away at that point, right? But when I got kicked off the morning announcements, I thought, I'm not leaving. I've done crazy stuff before. I've done hard things before. I'm not alone. There are people who know me back home, and knowing them gives me the courage to keep going. Failure isn't the opposite of success, it's part of it. And whether I succeed or not, I love what I do. When I'm doing it, I am happy, and that's not nothing, and I got to find that here. The Tri-Cities let me fail early and often, so I was never afraid of failing again, only of not trying, because then I don't even know what I would do. Before I wrap up, I want to zoom out for a moment, not just to talk about the arts, but about something bigger, tourism. And I know you probably weren't expecting tourism to be the big emotional third act, but hear me out. Every person who visits the Tri-Cities, whether they're here for wine, for softball tournaments, for the river, or because they got lost looking for Spokane, every one of them gets a taste of who we are, Tri-Citians, through us. Not our slogans, not billboards, us. Every interaction we have with a visitor contributes to how they see this place, or it chips away at it. And that's not small, that's the whole ball game, because the transformational growth we all want, the pride, the opportunity, the momentum, it doesn't begin outside, it begins inside with our attitudes, our generosity, our willingness to show up with openness and kindness. The Tri-Cities changed my life because the people here were generous with me, with their time, their belief, their encouragement, and that's what helped shape me. That's what sent me on my way, and that's what keeps me going. And that is exactly what visitors feel when they come here. Tourism isn't just travel, it's human connection. It's the moment someone at a restaurant says, you should try this, or the stranger who points you toward the river trail, or the teacher who stays late with a kid who's still figuring out who they want to be. Those moments are bridges between cultures, generations, and communities. They're little sparks that make someone think, wow, there's something different here. And let me tell you, visitors notice it. They're drawn to it. And just like the examples we heard about, the guest interactions from the staff at the Home 2 Suites, the community connections inspired by Vijay Patel, and the amazing support from the I Am Tri athletes and their journey, or the stories I shared about the people who helped me grow up. Ginny, Linda, Reg, Dave, those interactions build confidence. They build empathy. They help people find their voice. Tourism isn't just hotels and highways, it's people. People going out into the world a little braver, a little kinder, a little more alive, because they met us. And that makes all of us part of a transformational ecosystem that says, this is the kind of world we want to live in, so we're gonna make it real. And that's what we do in the Tri-Cities. And the folks we're honoring tonight, our tourism champion and our excellent in service award winners, are living proof of that. They're the kind of people who show visitors what this place feels like, not through speeches or signs, but through heart. This community doesn't clip your wings, it strengthens them. It says, try, trip, try again. Be curious, be bold, be weird, grow. The Tri-Cities has the ingredients people search for their whole lives: safety, space, curiosity, community, and the expectation, the quiet, steady expectation that we lift each other up. Dreams don't have an expiration date, they have a spark. And this place, this community is built to ignite it. So thank you. Thank you for giving me the room to grow, to explore, to risk, to go all in. Thank you for making this a safe place, not just physically, but creatively, emotionally, spiritually, a space where a kid could fully be himself, and in doing so, figure out who he was meant to become. The Tri-Cities didn't just prepare me for the world, it gave me courage to face it. So let's keep doing that for the next generation. Let's keep making space for the weird kids, the quiet kids, the loud kids, because one day those kids might stand on a stage and say thank you, like I'm saying to you now. And thank you again for having me. Thank you, and yes, I will sign your frozen DVDs in the lobby.
Santino. Thank you, Santino. Man, isn't it good to hear his story? And we're looking forward to hearing him again in the Tourism Showcase in just a few minutes. There's a little stage over there. There's a grand piano. You're going to get to hear him sing. So make your way out there in just a minute. That's going to wrap up the on-stage portion of this event. Thank you so much for coming today. Please make your way to the Tourism Showcase and enjoy the networking and sociality that goes on there. We appreciate you.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Cash in on that stored up vacation time and enjoy a holiday in the sun. With so many activities. Explore our hiking and biking trails. Or take a horseback ride through our scenic vineyards. Whatever you decide, it's sure to be incredible. Find your adventure. Plan your trip at visittricities.com.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Randy Ost, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the fire chief for Richland Fire and Emergency Services. It's truly a privilege to lead this organization and to serve this community alongside the members who we're going to be recognizing today. Today we gather to celebrate meaningful milestones, retirements, new hires, promotions, and organizational and educational achievements. These aren't just career markers. They represent sacrifice, growth, resilience, and commitment to something bigger than ourselves. At Richland Fire and Emergency Services, we're united by a clear purpose: to protect and enhance the quality of life. We pursue that purpose one decision, one shift, and one act of service at a time. We believe in getting better every day. We hire carefully. We promote intentionally. We challenge ourselves to think differently and learn from our mistakes and lead with humility. Above all, we strive to be servant leaders, people who positively impact this community both on and off duty. Today we celebrate those who paved the way for us and those who are stepping forward to carry that responsibility into the future. This year we recognize 4 retirements representing more than 130 years of combined service. That's 130 years of midnight calls, missed holidays, difficult decisions, kitchen table stories, mentorship, and moments most people won't ever experience or see. That kind of service leaves a mark. It shapes our culture, it builds trust, it builds a legacy. To our retirees, both who we celebrate today and those who have come before them, thank you. Because of your dedication, this organization stands on solid ground. And as we honor that legacy today, we also recognize the responsibility to move forward. As Marshall Goldsmith reminds us, what got us here won't get us to where we want to go. We must continue to evolve and grow both personally and organizationally, striving to create positive outcomes in our community. In 2025 and early 2026, we promoted 9 members into new positions. Each invested significant time and energy preparing, studying, training, and sacrificing time with family, just for the opportunity to serve at a higher level. Promotion at Richland Fire and Emergency Services is not just about rank, it's about stewardship, it's about trust. 2025 also brought 2 new non-uniform members onto our team. These individuals became instant assets and have helped our organization provide the services our community desires. To the families here today, and it's so great to see so many of you, thank you so much. Your support is part of every badge pinned and every milestone that we're going to celebrate today. Today is really about continuity. It's honoring the past, supporting the present, and committing to the future. The strength of this organization never has, and hopefully never will be, found in a building or a logo. It's found in its people. And today, that's what we're here to celebrate. So let's get settled in, get some coffee. We got donuts in the back, and let's celebrate with some amazing people. So we're going to start off the ceremony this morning with our educational and work milestones. So these are all listed in your program as well. And I'm going to ask if you're here to stand up as you're recognized, and we'll hold the applause till each group is all standing, and then we'll give them a round of applause. In 2025, we had 3 individuals complete paramedic school. It was Walter Greer, Colton Roney, and Jake Croshaw. Are any of them here today? All right, we're off to a great start. We can go ahead and give them a round of applause regardless. In 2025, we also had 2 individuals complete advanced degrees. Travis Leonard finished his bachelor's degree in the Bachelor of Science, Healthcare Administration, and Cody Keaton got his associate's degree in fire science. Is Cody here? I didn't see him either. So, congratulations. We also had a host of individuals who were appointed to our special teams, which is our hazmat team and or our tech rescue team. We'd like to honor those individuals as well. We had Battalion Chief Joe DeRossi, who was appointed to the hazardous materials team as the team liaison. Dalton Rentz was appointed to the technical rescue team. Trevor Hinkle was appointed to the tech rescue team, as well as Jason Garrison. Thank you guys for your continued support. We also wanted to recognize the staff at the academy, the fire academy, that takes place every year. Actually, a handful of our folks are over in Pasco right now putting on the academy. We have 10 recruits over there, but we had a staff of 3 that spent 16 weeks over there last year, and we'd like to acknowledge their hard work and efforts as well. We had, at the time, Battalion Chief Kevin Landon. Go ahead and stand up. Captain at the time, Josh Smith. And acting as our Academy Company Officer was Darren Larpenteur. You can see Darren. And then we had 3 graduates of the Academy who graduated in June of last year, and they have just recently passed their 1 year of probation. And that's Jacob Doyle, Josh Stoles, and Cale Stickle. As I mentioned before, 2025, we also brought onto staff 2 non-uniformed individuals, and I'd like to acknowledge them and their hard work. We brought on Abel, Abel, I'm going to mess up your last name, Coronoa, what he said, as our community risk reduction specialist. He's made a significant impact in our community in the short time that he's been here, so thank you for all that you've done. As well as Michelle Zaragoza as our administrative one. And again, she's hit the ground running and just brought a ton of value to our organization. So thank you both. And then we also appointed 1 new day staff position. We had Ryan Berkheimer come over as the new Deputy Fire Marshal. So thank you, Ryan. All right, so now on to the badging ceremony. So the badge at Richland Fire and Emergency Services represents far more than rank or position. It represents trust, responsibility, and a commitment to serve others before self. For those receiving a badge today, this moment reflects the confidence this organization has placed in you and the responsibility you accept moving forward. As we move into the badging portion of the ceremony, I ask everyone to take a moment to recognize not just the achievement, but the journey that led here and the expectations that come with it. We'll start the badging with the deputy chief position. In October of 2025, we promoted Kevin Landon to the position of deputy chief. Kevin exemplifies the character of this organization. His commitment to Richland Fire and Emergency Service is second to none. He is one of the smartest, yet most humble leaders that I know. He carries a sincere passion to serve both the members of this department and the community we're entrusted to protect. Few people have invested more into the development of our organizational culture than Kevin. And just as importantly, no one is more protective of it. He understands that culture is not accidental. It's built intentionally, protected diligently, and modeled consistently. Kevin puts the community first in every decision he makes. He remains grounded in the simple but powerful principle of serving others. His investment doesn't just stop at the station doors. On his days off, Kevin can be found building stage sets for the local drama clubs, quietly giving back, strengthening relationships, and living out the same servant-hearted leadership he demonstrates here. This promotion represents one of the most significant transitions in a career. Moving into the role of deputy chief is not just a change in title, it's a shift in responsibility, perspective, and sacrifice. It means stepping into an executive leadership role, becoming an exempt employee, and carrying the weight of organizational decisions that impact every member of this department and the community we serve. Kevin has embraced that responsibility with humility and courage. On a personal note, I am beyond thankful for Kevin's support of me as a leader. His counsel, loyalty, and steady presence has made me better, and our organization is stronger because of his unwavering dedication. Kevin, it's an honor to serve alongside of you. Congratulations on your promotion to deputy chief, and if you would like to come up, his wife will be pinning. Sarah, you ready? So we're going to take photos here during the ceremony, and then afterwards we have the, what's it called? Step and repeat. The step and repeat, the backdrop back here, for additional pictures. So next up we have 2 battalion chief promotions, and DC Landon, we're just going to have the honor of calling them up.
Well, thank you, Randy. Those are some very, very kind words. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. One of my New Year's resolutions was to smile more and talk less. It is some get that as a theater reference, but it's true. Indulge me just a little bit today. I'm going to try to keep it shorter. Rolling into the position of battalion chief is a giant step. It takes a mindset shift, and it requires dedication to leave the things you were doing that you felt great at and stepping into a new role and watching someone else be successful in those things. And it takes an appreciation of that sacrifice you did, and then an appreciation of someone who's following you doing those steps and roles that I think really brings you joy. So, first up we have Andy Sabin. And Andy Sabin joined our RFES in 2021. I remember, I don't know, your 3rd or 4th week, where are you at, Sandy? Sabin, where are you at? That's right. I remember I was I think a lieutenant at the time, and we had you over for dinner. And you got to meet my family, and it was fantastic. And it was a great window into Andy at the time, because his energy and enthusiasm, he was so passionate to serve. I was so grateful to see that at the first few weeks you were here. I don't remember how early it was, but it was pretty early. Do you remember how early it was? Yeah, it was early. So now you're like, now you see the full crazy. You're like, dinner's good. Dinner was good. He was promoted to Battalion Chief of Community Integration and Risk Reduction on January 1st of 2026. He has been here 15 years, which is pretty incredible. Before his promotion, Andy was serving as the EMS Program Officer, and he did that for many years. I think we got to their 3-year mark, and we added another because it was just that good. Yeah. I really appreciate Andy's, again, humble and servant. Andy is one of the people that I look to when I'm talking too much. He gives me some signals and codes, and so he's really supportive and encouraging to the team, and I'm very excited to see what he does. Andy's being badged today by his wife, Kenzie Sabin. If you guys want to come up. Next up we have Josh Smith. Josh Smith was promoted to Battalion Chief of Training and Development on October 20th of 2025. Josh started with Richland Fire and Emergency Services in January of 2015, and I was new to the training officer role, so I really didn't know what I was doing. And it was wonderful to have Josh come on as a group of 5. And being a training officer at his previous organization was very helpful. And I knew there was something special. And it's been proven over time. Before his promotion, Josh served as the training officer, EMS training and development officer at Richland Fire and Emergency Services. And I had previously served in that role. And now he gets to be the battalion chief of training and development. And one of the things I started to tell people when we're talking about promotions is I want the person to follow me to be better at my job than I was. And I'm so grateful because that is the case. Josh came in and has been just crushing it. So your dedication to our organization, our culture, and our people, you've taught me so much, and I'm grateful for what you've taught me and then what you're going to teach me in the future too. So, a valuable team member. Josh is being badged by his wife, Jessica.
So next up, Battalion Chief Josh Smith is going to honor a promotion that has taken place on days in his division.
Okay, so you can kind of see a trend here with Kevin being promoted to Deputy Chief. I filled his role in Battalion Chief in Training and Development, and now I get the privilege to welcome Colt O'Brien, who is newly promoted into Captain. And Colt was actually hired just a few months after I was. He was hired August of 2015. And I had the privilege of being his mentor in the first year. And from day one, Colt has proven that he's just a genuine servant of the community. Whatever needs to happen, he's going to step up and lead that process, and he's going to serve well doing that. He was courageous in the fact that he was going for captain, but then took the leap and actually went straight to the training division, which can be summed up in one word, and that's chaos. So he is navigating the chaos well, and he's really adding a ton of value just in the first few months that he's been in this promotion, in this position. And it comes out of that humble servant that he is. He's genuine in his leadership philosophy, and he's genuine in just his desire to contribute to something that sets the community up for success. So without further ado, I want to welcome up Captain Colt O'Brien, who is going to be pinned by his son Luca, and his wife Sarah and daughter Anara will join him.
This morning I have the pleasure of announcing the promotion for Travis Leonard to the rank of lieutenant. And if anybody knows how our lieutenant position works here, I know Tom was pointing this out before, it's a pretty unique position. It can be a very fun position. You can literally find yourself in one shift, 24 hours, riding the seat, driving an engine, and sitting tailboard. So you're kind of a jack of all trades. I know for myself it was kind of tricky to switch my brain back and forth from sitting in the seat to driving to tailboarding from shift to shift even. But it brings a lot of excitement to that job. Travis has been with us since 2011. He's come up through, become a paramedic, and I know as a lieutenant we're also bouncing around station to station, and he's very well versed at never really being settled down, so he's transitioning well into that position. He did have 2 short temporary stints with us. He did a great job, and we have him over full-time as a lieutenant. It's great. I've known Travis for a long time. We actually graduated together from high school in Benton City. So we do the best we can to become a whole person, usually. But we're doing great. We bounce a lot of stuff off each other, and he is going to be pinned today by his wife, Lacey.
Next, I'd like to invite up Battalion Chief Mike Van Beek to recognize the promotions on B shift.
Thank you, Randy. So I'll be honest, I didn't really know that I had to do a speech up here about the person that I was bringing up, but it's my privilege to talk about Lieutenant Brett Ullman. Brett, thank goodness you make it easy for me to talk about you. So never really had a chance to work with Brett at all, really. I went right into the medical officer position. I was on days pretty much when he got hired. But over the last year or so, I have had the chance to work with Brett on B shift. And it has been a real pleasure to work with him. And you can tell when somebody has it, and Brett definitely has the it factor, and I have no doubt that his promotion at lieutenant will be short-lived and he will move on to bigger and better. I have no doubt. Really proud of you, Brett, and what you've accomplished. So Brett, why don't you come on up? Lieutenant Brett Ullman joined our Richland Fire and Emergency Services in January of 2018. He was promoted to lieutenant August 4th of 2026, and he is being badged today by his wife Courtney and his son Porter.
Said not prepared to give a speech, and I was blessed with 3 promotions on C shifts. So we've got some incredible people. It's really great to see them grow throughout their career. Luke came to us several years ago from Walla Walla. I didn't get to work a whole lot with him. We were blessed. He was on B shift, and we got to steal him over to C shift upon his promotion. So he joined us back in August of 14 and promoted on January 5th. He's been an incredible mentor to these younger people. He's a paramedic and has been able to mentor paramedics as well. He is a very valuable asset to this younger generation. I'm sure if anybody that's attended any of these know how young our organization is, a true asset. Like to welcome up, he's being badged today by his father, Pat Money. Next is Lieutenant Chad Miller. He joined us in February of 2020. He was promoted to the position of lieutenant back in July 2nd of 25. He is one of the most humble, caring people. He's been a true pleasure to have on C shift. Took really good care of me when stationed at Station 7-4, and he does the same for everybody in the organization. So really proud of you, Chad, and can't wait to see what else you can do for us. He's being badged today by his wife, Chloe. Next up is going to be Lieutenant Jen Dawson. She joined us back in 2015 and was promoted November 3rd of 25. She came over from A shift. Again, we got to capture some great people over on C shift after losing them to day staff. It's been a pleasure. I haven't got to spend a whole lot of time with Jen since she came to C shift because she ran off and is mentoring our people over at the academy. So she has been an incredible asset to our organization. And that foundation, when they're over at the academy, is huge. So she's an incredible person, well loved on the organization. She's our second female to be promoted on our team. So congratulations and everything that you've done for us. And she is going to be badged today by our own City of Richland Purchasing Manager, Brian Krishman. Way to go.
So as we continue our ceremony, we now turn our attention to the individuals whose careers helped shape the foundation of this department. To our newest retirees, you devoted your careers to selfless service and steadfast commitment to this community. You've set The examples you've set in the station, on the emergency scene, and in the everyday moments that define this profession, will continue to influence this organization long after today. You've built trust, you've built people, and you've helped build the culture of this organization. This is a legacy worth celebrating. So we'll be recognizing each individual retiree, and then we're going to open up the floor for an opportunity if anybody would like to say a few words after each one. So we are going to start with Lieutenant Dave Roney. Dave unfortunately wasn't able to make it to the event today, but we'll go ahead and celebrate without him. So Dave began his career with the City of Richland in August of 1994 as a firefighter EMT. He was promoted to lieutenant in 2001 and earned his paramedic certification in 2002. For over 2 decades, he served as a steady and dependable operational division lieutenant, known for his commitment to safety and teamwork. As a second-generation Richland firefighter, Dave proudly followed in his dad's footsteps, continuing a family tradition of service for this community. His professionalism, attention to detail, and dedication leave a lasting mark on this department. So please help me in congratulating Lieutenant Dave Roney on an outstanding career and wishing him all the best in retirement. And I'd like to invite Battalion Chief Mike Van Beek back up to say a few words about our next retiree.
So this one I was prepared for. So, and a little bit of a go back. Apparently, Brett, you were not promoted in 2026 of August, but 2025 probably sounds about right. So sorry about that, bud. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Van Beek, and I have the privilege to recognize Ken Beekler for his years of service and well-deserved retirement. Ken started his career as a firefighter in May of 1998. During his career, he achieved the ranks of lieutenant and captain, as well as being a longtime member of the technical rescue team. Ken's final position was captain in the fire marshal's office, and this is where I had the pleasure of working with him. When you think about the kind of person who leaves a lasting mark on an organization, someone who raises the standard, strengthens relationships, and makes everyone around them better, you think of Ken. Today, we not only recognize years of service, but we recognize impact. When I stepped into the role as fire marshal, I was new, and Ken was not, especially when it came to fire codes, fire investigation, and really every aspect of the fire marshal's job. He knew more than I did, and I'll be honest, that is a strange spot to be in when you're a supervisor and your direct report knows more, has more experience, and is frankly better at the job than you are. But here's what defined Ken. Never once did he hold that over me. He didn't make me fend for myself. He didn't let me sink or struggle in silence. Instead, he brought me along. He taught me. He mentored me. He made sure I understand not just what we were doing, but why we were doing it. That takes selflessness, and that takes character. Ken also gave everything 110%. In the fire marshal's office, we even created a term for it. When something's not just done well, but done above and beyond, we say it got Beeklerized. Gotta make sure I say that right, Beeklerized. If Ken was going to do it, he was gonna go all in. Now, I'll admit that sometimes when something got Beeklerized, that meant a little extra work for me on the back end. But that's the price you pay when you have someone who cares that much. You take the good with a little extra paperwork, a few more meetings, and the occasional frank conversation. Ken is a true people person. His mindset was always, how can we get to yes? And when yes truly wasn't an option, he still worked to find common ground. He helped break down silos between our department and other city departments. He built bridges with contractors, business owners in the community. He understood that relationships matter just as much as regulations. He was also big on mentorship and succession planning. He was always thinking ahead, setting up his predecessor, his direct reports, and even his boss for success. That kind of forward thinking strengthens an organization long after someone retires. The reality is the culture we have, the relationship we built, and the knowledge that's been passed on, those are part of Ken's legacy. The kind of influence doesn't always show up on a report or spreadsheet. It shows up in people developed, partnerships strengthened, and an organization made better and more resilient because he was here. So Ken, thank you. Thank you for going all in, and thank you for making those around you better, including me. Thank you for giving this job everything you had. So congratulations, you've more than earned your retirement. Just try not to Beeklerize it too much. So Ken, come on up.
No, because I might be polarizing.
We do have a mic available too if anybody else would like to say anything about Ken. Karen's got the mic in the back. Just feel free to raise your hand.
So I didn't really work with Ken that much before I went to the fire marshal's office. I'm Colton. I'm in the fire marshal's office now. And I would say in the 3.5 years that I got to work with Ken, I think not only am I a better fire marshal, firefighter, but also a better dad, a better husband, and a better friend. And I think that's something that speaks volumes to what kind of person Ken is more. But he's always a phone call away, and he's an amazing person. So.
Would you mind coming up here and standing with me as I talk about you? Oh, it's in here. There's you can talk about Hempstead, but there's more of a show here.
It's coming.
You got to appreciate the full experience. So I got two. I know. I got two things, 2 pages of stuff here, but I don't think I could follow Van Beek. That was fantastic. Well done. James Hempstead, affectionately referred to as Hempstead, amongst many names. And I got reminded of one just a few seconds ago when my dad said, "Is that Hurricane Hempstead?" Yeah. So many wonderful, affectionate terms that have come through. I just want to recap a little bit. He started his career at Richland Fire Department in 1985. It was a different culture. It was a different time, right? And culture and time shape us. And arguably, Hempstead shaped culture and shaped time. He became a paramedic in 1987, was an early adopter of this leading edge critical care medicine for his community. And that is a theme that was persistent throughout his long career. Leading edge, I think we refer to as the bleeding edge. We're going to innovate until we can't innovate anymore, and then we're going to innovate again. He was promoted through the ranks and held the position of battalion chief for an extensive period of time. So one of the things I was explaining to my dad earlier, who's also a role model of mine, you got the opportunity to shape and craft and develop leaders for a long period of time. Your access to the future of the organization was kind of unprecedented in that role. So you served as an operations battalion chief. You were my supervisor in the training division. You were the fire marshal. You kind of did it all. And the beauty of that is you got the genuine experience. There was no alternate. I'm now this, I'm now that. You got Hempstead. And everybody comes to love and appreciate Hempstead. You're on the hazmat team, tech rescue team, critical incident stress. But your community service, your service wasn't limited to Richland. You also served as a city council member for the city of Kennewick for a long time, right? And made a big impact there. But it's Kennewick, so we don't talk about that. You're a national speaker on leadership, resuscitation, and most recently, organizational culture. You serve on several state and national boards. I got a whole list. I had to cut it down. You're serving in places that are impacting the industry and shaping the future of how care, service, compassion, and community is served. So you helped build a team for a flagship initiative in the city of Richland, Heart Safe. You may have heard of it. It's everywhere. I'm pretty sure you have a Heart Safe tattoo somewhere, but I don't need to see it. The program is widely recognized as a driving force in protecting and enhancing quality of life in the city of Richland and beyond. In that, a driving force of cultural change. It was many years ago, we came across this community risk reduction idea, and you said, "I'm all in." And then you took it to the next level, where you're now part of a team that's going to speak in Arizona on the exact topic. So, leading the industry. So, you've always served as a visionary, a dreamer, a futurist, and your drive for innovation ignited those around you. So it's difficult to fully capture or articulate the full impact that Hempstead has had and will have on Richland Fire and Emergency Services. Some of these things are Easter eggs waiting to launch out later when we least expect it. Some of my favorite components are when you start hearing your own words come back at you. Those are some of my favorite parts. My kids have phrases they say now that, like, okay, I know where that came from now. Right? We know them. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka, right? Impact made, right? Okay. It's all good, baby. It's all good. Right? I don't know how many times you had to walk me off the ledge, and you created an environment that, you know what? Here's the context. It's okay. Things are going to get better. So it's time to elevate, right? And that is something that applies in not just work, but it's time to elevate. Here we go. Let's take the next step. Demonstrating your pride, passion, and purpose. Right? And we heard that in a lot of ways, and we saw it demonstrated. Most recently, living out your full potential. And that is one that we even talked about on Friday when we had lunch. And you asked questions that I was not prepared to answer at the time, but that is Hempstead. He comes in and he asks the question, how can we be better? How are you living your full potential? At work, at home, and the various roles you play. So you inspired growth. Help shape many of the leaders that you see in this room. Right? You can see, look around, you see the impact you have and the people who are here, and you played a big role in that. Me personally, your leadership and mentorship played an essential role in my career. I'll be forever grateful for your personal investment in my success. Hempstead was one of those people that took me aside and said, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. And I fondly remember I was on C shift at the time. We would talk, and we would talk, and eventually I'd look over, and he's out. I can talk Hempstead to sleep. So I thought
midnight.
It was midnight. It was midnight. But you ignited people things that they didn't know they had, and you brought it out and you made them great. So you were my biggest advocate and my cheerleader. You always showed me how to develop and to care for my people. And I need to say thank you for all the work you've done, and this organization says thank you for all your work you've done. You've truly made RFNS a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, James Hempstead.
You might not know it, but I'm a little shy. And I will try to keep this brief. All the stuff that Kevin kind of shared with you about my story, my journey, was me trying to live my potential. That is probably the newest leadership thing that I've been talking about over the last 3 years, is an organization of individuals living their potential. If you want to honor me, you want to honor the 100 people that have come before you, live your potential. There's 3 arenas that you got to live your potential in. The first one, number 1, live your potential as a spouse. Okay? I can tell you, I could have done better. Reflect on that. Can you do better? Because they all play a synergistic role. The second one is live your potential as a parent. That is amazing. As you live your potential as a parent, become a better leader. They come together as a whole. The last one I really want to talk about, because it is relevant today, live your potential as a professional. Okay? I go across the country. I've done it with 130 different administrative teams. Guess what the average fire department's potential is based on feedback? 55% say their organization is living at a 55% potential. 55. So out of 100 years of the fire service, the majority of us are only at 60% of our potential. I'm sorry. The second statistic I'm going to leave with you is 70% are living, 85% are living at 70% or lower of their potential. We have the opportunity to do better. We got to be aware of that. So if you want to honor me, you want to honor all the other people, start thinking a little bit about living your potential. Spouse, parent, professional. Let's see if we can move that needle from that 60 and 70% up to about 80. You'll be in the top 1% in the country of an organization that's serving their community and serving each other. That's it. It's very easy. But you got to think about it a little bit, or you get caught up in the chaos. Live your potential, honor the ones before you, and honor yourself and your family. Thank you, guys.
We got to have some Hempstead stories.
As he goes out and presents, he's just one of those guys that connects everybody in the room. And I will say that I probably would not be here, almost assuredly, if it wasn't for him as a leader investing into me genuinely. Although he was in many different divisional roles, and I was on operations as a captain at 7-2, there would be multiple days that I would come on shift, and he'd be waiting there for me to inspire me, to challenge me, to grow me, right? And as a leader, you, I think, are qualified by your ability to invest into others and not be siloed in and focused on your own development. And so for BC Hempstead, for Hollywood, I will forever be grateful. And I know that the time that he put into investing me as a leader and growing my potential, he did that with everybody he was around. So genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, and I think the entire organization, thank you, Jim.
Yep. I shared this story at the little party that we had for Jim at his retirement too, but my very first shift that I worked as a brand new firefighter, I was on the engine at Station 7-1 with Lieutenant Hempstead, and got our first call of the shift, my first call on shift, and jumped in the engine. It was an EMS call, and in the panic of my brain as a brand new firefighter first call, I thought to myself, it's an EMS call, I don't need my bunks. So I climbed in the engine, we pulled out on the ramp, and thankfully, Lieutenant Hempstead saw that I had left my bunks on the bay floor, and he's like, stop! Stop the engine. He looked back, he's like, hey kid, you're gonna want to bring that with you. In that era, Jim very easily could have written me up. It wouldn't have been out of ordinary, but instead he got us back to the station after the call, had a chat with me, and coached me through calming down a little bit and bringing my bunks on every call that we go out on the engine. So it's just another like really simple example of the investment that Jim made in helping people grow, not just like forcing a correction in the moment. So Jim, thank you. There's so many more stories and so many memories and things that we've done together. I could go on forever, but I'll just say thank you. It's been a great time and a privilege working with you.
There we go. Now it works. So I know Jim by another name of Giggles and Boom Shakalaka. We're missing a lot of Boom Shakalakas around here, Jim. I'll be honest, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with Jim. When I was the union vice president, it was much more of a hate relationship between me and Jim. But the great thing is that we could always have differences and we could always put those aside and really just get down to what this job is really about, and that's serving the community. And a common theme that you've heard about Jim is investment. And he certainly did that for me. I can remember as a captain, Jim coming out to Station 3 and being like, Bimbeek, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? You're down in the dumps. You're not living up to your potential. Little did you know, 15 years ago, you were talking about living up to your potential. So I want to say thank you for making me pull my head out during that time frame. And thank you for investing in me. And thank you for seeing my potential. And I guarantee you, like Josh said, I would not be here if it wasn't for you, Jim. So thank you.
Well, lastly, I get the privilege and honor of recognizing our final retirement of 2025, Fire Chief Tom Huntington. I had to manipulate my speech from a couple of months ago, so some of this may sound familiar. Tom, your leadership has shaped more than strategy or structure. It shaped people. Your forward-thinking approach strengthened Richland Fire and Emergency Services. It modernized how we operate and influenced our region in a meaningful way. But what stands out most is not simply what you built, it's how you led. You've led with humility, with patience, especially with me, with compassion, and as many of us know, with a very flexible interpretation of punctuality. But your greatest legacy is not found in a program or an initiative. It's found in the confidence you instilled, the encouragement you offered, and the culture that you helped create here at Richland Fire and Emergency Services. Chief, you leave behind a stronger, more unified organization, and people are better here because of your leadership. Thank you for your vision, your heart for service, and your unwavering dedication to this department and to the community of Richland. Thank you.
I was able to make rounds with almost everybody, I think, before, and actually just slightly after I retired. And I shared with you, and I'll maybe share one more time, those that have gone before, the 25, 30, 35 years, in Jim's case, half a century, goes incredibly quickly. And I remember sitting at the kitchen table with like Tim Sharp, who's here with us this morning, and those guys would talk about just how fast a career goes. And as a brand new firefighter, even into the 5-6 year mark, you think it's going to be forever before I hit retirement, and it really does go so fast. And keeping that in mind, it's really easy to focus on the challenges, the hard stuff, the negative stuff, the things that are not going according to plan or according to how we want to see them play out. I was at the gym this morning and the news was rolling through. Like, we're almost programmed in modern society to be fired up and mad and anxious about everything. And that can translate into our professional life as well. And like Jim, I've been able to see a lot of fire departments around the country. And what you guys have here at Richland Fire is something really, truly special and amazing. What you have here at the city of Richland is really something truly amazing and special as well. So, you're gonna have to work through the challenges. You're gonna have hard days. You're gonna have things that you wish were different or better. But if I can offer you one thing after 30 plus years is, please keep your eye on and remain focused about the good things, about the impact that you have day in and day out in the community, about how much you care for and support and invest in each other, about what this organization is truly about, and that is making a difference in the community every single day. And if you keep your eye on that, keep your eye on what you can accomplish together, pulling in the same direction with your eye towards the future, you guys will be unstoppable. Truly, where you are this morning, celebrating all these milestones, will truly be just the beginning, not the end. So thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege to spend the time that I spent in my career with all of you. I've been sitting here this whole time just so excited about the future of this place and seeing all these promotions and seeing what great hands the organization is in with the leadership team. I'm leaving with a very full and happy heart. So thank you, and great job, you guys.
Thanks, Chief. I'd be remiss if I didn't say a few comments about Chief Huntington and his leadership. I'm proud to be here for this ceremony, and as I look back over the years, it gets me through maybe some of the winter months. We also have the Chainer Survival Ceremony that I've seen several of you at in the past, and what great events to honor the excellent work that this department does and the promotions and growth that individuals have within the department. Before I recognize our former chief, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the other individuals who retired this past year and, as been mentioned, whose careers have helped shape and guide this department. Lieutenant Roney, Captain Beekler, and Battalion Chief Hempstead, really do thank and honor your dedication and years of service. So thank you. Personally, thank you. Your contributions, leadership, and commitment have left a lasting mark, and we are grateful for the role each of you have played in strengthening this department. I'm also proud again to have the opportunity to recognize someone who has had a lasting impact on this organization and on me personally, retired Fire Chief Tom Huntington. During the time that Tom served as Fire Chief, I had the privilege of working closely with him, both in the role as Assistant City Manager and City Manager. What I consistently saw was a leader who understood both the weight of the role and the people behind that. and that's rare. Tom approached leadership with steadiness and perspective. He was thoughtful in decision-making, collaborative in approach, and deeply committed to ensuring this department and organization was positioned for long-term success, not just for today, but for the future. And I think a lot of what you see today in promotion, organizational development is a direct result of Tom's long and dedicated hours. From what I can tell, he's been enjoying some well-earned time away and doing a good job of staying under the radar. And that's great and well-deserved, although I told him that he owes me lunch, and so we need to get together. On a more serious note, his work has strengthened the organization, elevated the department's role within the region, and ensured Richland Fire and Emergency Services has remained adaptable in an ever-changing environment. Some of the things you might not know about Fire Chief Huntington is his role outside of the organization, in particular assistance to the greater City of Richland organization. He filled in for a short time as Assistant City Manager. He was IT Director for a time. He made a significant impact on what we now call our Impact Academy, and has established a curriculum and a path for organizational development throughout the entire organization. He has been a member of the executive leadership team and has been a significant contributor to a number of regional projects, including the upgrade of the 800 megahertz and microwave network that will continue to strengthen ability to be a strong public safety response system within the region. When I think of Tom, I think of loyalty and passion for both the Department of Fire and Emergency Services and the City of Richland. Tom, thank you for your service to this community, for your leadership, and for your professionalism that you brought to the role each and every day. Your impact is lasting, and it will be felt well beyond your time as chief. Thank you.
So a lot has been said about Tom as Chief Huntington, and I don't think we could say enough about him. I worked under 4 chiefs during my career, and head and shoulders, no comparison, the best chief I ever worked for. But I met firefighter Huntington back in the late 1900s, and he was a monster in the gym, a t-shirt designer who couldn't spell chili, and quite a prankster. So I just wanted to tell the story of one day we were at Station 1 back when there were 6 guys at the big house downtown, and we decided we were going to have breakfast for dinner, which was a pretty regular occurrence. So we were going to make French toast, sausage, bacon, the whole works. So I go to start making dinner on the big flat top and cracked 1 egg into the bowl, and it was fine. 2nd egg, hard-boiled. 3rd egg, just fine. 4th egg, just fine. 5th egg, hard-boiled. I thought, did we leave him in the engine? Did we? No, the boys from Station 3, when he was working with, I think, Ruley and Chief Nels Johnson, had come down to Station 1 and hard-boiled half our eggs. So we, I think it was Clemenson and I, went to a local pet store, bought 2 dozen crickets, and released them at Station 3, mostly in his room. So anyway, that's a Tom I remember. So wanted to make sure he was an outstanding firefighter who taught me a lot when I was on probation and a young firefighter. Thanks, Tom.
Hello. Shakalaka boom. I will tell you, Tom has been probably the greatest influence on my career because he meets you where you're at and he helps you become better. So let's do a little bit of recap of what happened throughout Tom's career as chief. The culture that you guys are living, that you guys know, and for your families and the people in the community that are here today, what you get to experience is because of Tom's leadership. He created an environment so we could start shifting, changing our trajectory, focusing not on ourselves, but on the community even more. It's Kevin, Tom, myself that really started shifting that intentionally years ago. Also during this tenure, we had the greatest growth. And as you go, sometimes you kind of become diluted. We never become diluted. We got stronger as we grew. More people, more promotions. Again, that phases back to leadership and a great culture within the organization. We're also the first agency in the country to get a heart-safe designation with the new criteria. We're also the only department in the country that has Mission Lifeline certification, heart-safe certification. Okay, so we're in the forefront when it comes to serving our communities. Again, that's because of leadership. That's because of meeting his team where they're at and giving them the opportunity to grow into what they could be. Start living their potential just a little bit. There's several other things that Richland's done that we sometimes ignore or we don't pay attention to. We never reached our full potential, Tom, as much as we tried. That's going to be for your generation now to live your potential, but it takes amazing leadership. Tom is a role model for leadership. Sometimes we got frustrated, train wreck, oh yeah. But I tell you what, he met you where you're at and he helped you become better. Tom, thank you very much. The last 10 years of my career wouldn't have been what it was without you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the comments. Thank you all for being here today. That concludes our ceremony. I just wanted to leave you with this. This organization, like it's been said over and over again, is on the brink of excellence. And the potential here is phenomenal. And I am beyond excited to see what happens in this organization over the next 5 to 6 years. And I am extremely excited to be a part of it. So thank you all for what you do. Continue to be amazing. And thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
And don't...
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm Mark Ingham. One factor that contributes to our residents' high quality of life in Richland is our vast and diverse park system. Our park portfolio features large community parks, small neighborhood parks, a dog park, a skate park. Basically in Richland, we feature something for everyone. Now tucked away in the Horn Rapids Sports Complex is one of our most unique park experiences. Welcome to the Columbia Basin BMX track. Well, joining us now is Columbia Basin BMX track operator Sam McPee. Sam, thanks for jumping on the program with us.
Absolutely, this is a lot of fun.
And this is going to sound weird, but this is one of my favorite parks in Richland because every time I come here, I'm blown away that we have it, but I often forget that it's here. And let's talk about why we have a great amenity like this, and that's because of the Columbia Basin BMX and the relationship you have with the city of Richland. So you can just share a little bit about your group?
Absolutely. So this is Columbia Basin BMX track. We exist here at the Horn Rapids Athletic Complex, and really we have a great relationship with the city. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Richland, and one of the things that I think we do really well here in the city of Richland is our parks and our facilities and the different amenities that we have. So this is just one of many across our city, and it's one that here is driven largely by the work of volunteers.
That's amazing. And maybe talk a little about the relationship as far as I believe that the city of Richland owns this land, but the reason we have this amazing amenity is because of the work of those volunteers. So maybe talk a little about that.
Yeah, that's correct. So this is city public parkland, but we kind of exist on top through the work of our volunteers and through our organization, Columbia Basin BMX.
That's amazing. And how long has this track been operating in Richland?
Yeah, so the track was originally built at the base of the the Cable Bridge, and then it moved here to this location in 1995, I believe.
Wow.
So it's been around for quite a while here in this location, and since then, just the people who came before me, right, have been improving it, and we continue to do so.
And in that time, a lot of improvements have been made. And before we talk about those improvements, talk about how your organization raises money to pay for those improvements.
Absolutely. So largely the way that we pay for anything we're going after grant funding. So we've taken advantage over the years of both Parks Partnership grants. Most recently, it's been LTAC grants, so hotel motel tax, and being able to apply and get awarded those grants, grant funding allows us to really reinvest into the track, which just increases the amount of people that we can serve and the people who are going to come here to our city.
And Columbia Basin BMX has been very successful in applying for and getting grants from the City of Richland out of the hotel motel grant funds. And let's talk about some of the larger projects you guys have accomplished here.
Yeah, so I'll go back all the way to like 2013. So in 2013, this registration and bathroom facility, big brick building in the background there, that was built using LTAC grant funding. Our lights were all put in through community donations and with the work of volunteers. Most recently, last year, we did a redesign of all of our dirt surfaces here. So all the dirt surfaces, we brought in about 350 extra yards of material, made everything a little bit bigger, a little bit more fun. That was paid for through LTAC grant funding. And then most recently this year, I guess last year, we also updated all of our light heads. So all of the light heads, we switched them to LED light heads for better light quality, as well as some savings there on energy usage. And then most recently this year, the line electric safety gate is what it is, replacing our old barrel gate, and then replaced our whole starting hill and all the asphalt we see here.
And just being here with you, we've already witnessed one of these unique instances, which is my next question, is that this park is open to the public. And I don't think people realize that just because the park just looks so amazing. You go, there's no way this is free. But when you're not running practices or races, this is available.
It's an open public park, and that does put a little bit more strain on our volunteers. We often get, we ask that people when it's wet that they don't ride, and that's not always the case. It's really purpose built for bicycles only, and so it is a little bit more of a strain. We have a little bit more repairs to do after winter from different usage that it gets. However, it's really vitally important for me personally that this remains open to the public. It's how my personal family found this. Our now 12-year-old, when he was 2, we brought him out here. We found the park randomly and loved it. And by literally hundreds of our community members on a weekly basis.
We feature some parks that are, I would say state class. I feel like our skate park is one of the best in Washington. And I'm curious, how do you feel this track stacks up against others in Washington?
Yeah, so here in 2025, there are 10 operating tracks in the state of Washington for this season. And in BMX tracks, every BMX track is unique. Everything has, our light poles here, we're kind of known for having too many light poles, right? So every track's unique in its features and what it's going to bring, but every single facility, every single city that has a BMX racetrack is better because of it. It betters their community with providing a space for kids to ride. So now, all that being said, I am for sure biased, but I think our overall facility is one of the nicest ones around, and that's because due to a significant amount of factors. One, our race surface, right? Our race surface is known for being good all the time. We also have great amenities here with the overall park facility, whether that's having plenty of parking. A great facility. It's one of a favorite facility that we hear from several people around the Pacific Northwest, and we love hosting people here and having different events.
And one of my favorite aspects about this park is when I visited with my kids, I've seen little kids as young as 3 on their Strider bikes, and then more advanced riders, maybe 50, 60-year-olds out here just having a blast. And I wanted to ask you, what's the importance of this track and the importance of providing this opportunity to our community?
Yeah, 100%. So, my son started out here when he was 2. And I think it's absolutely vital that we have varied experiences in our city for families to be entertained and to go out and enjoy themselves. Whether that's a skate park or whether that's a BMX track, we have a saying in the world of BMX is that no one rides the bench. Every time you come out here, it's you, your bicycle, against all of your competitors for all 3 rounds of a BMX race. It's unique in that sense. This is also one of the only sports I know of where the entire family can come out here and participate. You're not sitting on the sidelines just watching, right? Your kids can come out here, they can race against kids their own age, and then mom and dad can jump on a bike and they can race against the adults out here. So it's a blast. It's kind of it's close quarters a little bit. So if you're not racing, we have lots of viewing areas. You can see the entire track. You can watch your kids having a blast. It's just a fun experience for the entire family.
Well, I'd like to thank Sam McPeak for hopping on the program and educating us on Columbia Basin BMX and just showing us around this great BMX. If you'd like more information on Columbia Basin BMX, you can visit them online by using the link below. And while you're there, give them a like on Facebook. Now, if you're searching for more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our website, www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland. Let's go, Sam.
Let's do it.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
When you pour grease down the drain, it's kind of like dumping a bag of concrete into your sink. Cooking oils, coffee grounds, eggshells, along with a whole list of everyday items all work together to damage your home's plumbing, clog the sewers, and destroy the environment. Don't be a clog in the system. Pour used grease and oil into a container and scrape plates and pans into the trash. More information and helpful tips are available on the City of Richland's webpage.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, as we settle into the new year, we hope you've been able to keep your resolutions. Now, if your resolution was to be a healthier version of yourself in 2025, we're at a location that can help you achieve just that. Richland Strength has been in Richland for about a year, and they are here to help you set goals, prioritize yourself, and turn resolutions into reality. Well, it's now my pleasure to welcome Richland Strength owner Chris Sandell to the program. Chris, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. We're excited to talk to you and learn more about your business here. But let's start off by just sharing a little bit about yourself and how did you get involved in the fitness industry?
Okay. My name is Chris Sandell. I moved here from Seattle about eight or 9 years ago. Originally, our gym was located in West Richland, so we were over there for about 6.5 years. Me personally,
you know, what excited you to move cities and move here to Richland?
So back in West Richland, we had a small studio. It was about 1,700 square feet. And it was just time to mature into a bigger business. So we've moved to centrally located location for Tri-Cities, and we tripled in size, so bigger studio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, near the river, near the parkway, and also close to Cadillac, all great places to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, part of the idea was that this is your third place. So you have your home, you have your work, and then you have your third place where you want to meet friends and sort of get your exercise in. I like this location. Like you said, we're right down the road from the river, but there's also lots of businesses and other stuff to do locally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great location, a great spot to be in. And you know, many of us in Richland are familiar with, you know, the traditional gyms. And I wanted to ask you, like, what makes your gym unique amongst those ones?
Starting position, 1 muscle clean. Starting position, 1 power clean. CrossFit gyms is like a class-based gym. You're gonna get coached on movement, technique, and also the program will be structured for you. From the staff, the coaches, the owners, or just the friends that you build and the people that are struggling in the workouts right next to you. So helping you stay motivated is something that's just sort of given in this style of gym.
I wanted to have you talk about the programming that you do here at Richland Strength and just kind of talk about a little about some of the workouts that we do here.
Great. Good question. So we are primarily a CrossFit gym, so our programming is CrossFit. We do lots of barbell stuff, gymnastics, conditioning. It's all set up for us week by week, and we focus on different strengths through different cycles. Also, as we transition to our Richland location, we're focusing more on our Olympic weightlifting too. We are the only gym here in town that has a Olympic weightlifting program.
Yeah, and fitness status, all those things can be intimidating. And so, do you feel like CrossFit is for everyone?
I would say it is for everyone. I want to go a little bit lower on the weight so you're going to be able to be more successful on that jerk portion.
Is it what we just did?
That's what you just did.
Okay, so I still have to do that too.
But you're going to be AMRAPing this one, so as many reps as you possibly can.
Okay.
We have athletes as young as 13 years old and then as old as 71, 74 years old. So I would definitely say CrossFit is for everyone. It's just about sort of finding that discomfort and being able to push yourself through uncomfortable situations. Everybody gets a custom workout each time that they're in class. Let's push 8 calories.
8? Okay.
8 to 9 calories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you offer any introduction classes, any training, and how can people try this out?
Here in January, we're starting January 13th. Actually, our on-ramp program. On-ramp is a group class structure of intro to CrossFit. So over the 3 weeks, twice a week on Mondays and Wednesday evenings, we're going to snatches, cleans, jerks, etc. Another way that we bring people in, if that schedule doesn't work for them, is through personal training sessions. So we meet with myself or one of the trainers, and we go through between 1 to 5 personal training sessions, depending on their background, how many sessions they need, and then getting them ready for regular group classes. Come on, guys, pick those bars up, AMRAP, clean and jerk.
Personally, why do you love CrossFit so much? Why do you love fitness so much?
CrossFit, it's really been the main fitness modality that I started back in 2011. And as I've changed focuses to Olympic weightlifting, it still is possibly the most fun working out that I've had. And in terms of giving that to other people, I think that health and wellness is really important, especially nowadays. So doing what I can do in terms of giving, I'd like to continue to provide that opportunity for other people.
The CrossFit gym here in Richland. And of course, if you would like any more information on Richland Strength, you can find them online at the link below, or just stop on by. They're located at 1022 Lee Boulevard. Now, if you would like more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our webpage at the link below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the city of Richland on all the popular social media platforms.
Pull that bar off the ground, let's go! Get another one.
Set your goals, prioritize you, and turn your resolutions into reality.
Anybody coming in tomorrow?
I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland.
Explore our hiking and biking trails, or take a horseback ride through our scenic vineyards. Whatever you decide, it's sure to be incredible. Find your adventure. Plan your trip at visittricities.com.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Now, when we came up with the idea for this program, in many cases, these amenities are not here by accident. It takes the hard work of dedicated volunteers, and that's certainly the case with the Tapped Hill Water Trail. Now, I'm pleased to talk to one of those volunteers. Dirk Peterson is the Vice President of the Tapped Hill Greenway Association. Dirk, thanks so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you for inviting me out here.
Well, yeah, you bet. Now, I want to start off the program by learning more about the organization you are involved with. What is the Tapped Hill Greenway Association, and what is your mission?
Well, we are an all-volunteer nonprofit that was founded in 1995 with a mission to promote conservation, education, and recreation along the lower Yakima River. One of our initial and still ongoing projects is establishing a hiking, biking, and equestrian trail along the lower Yakima River from Bateman Island up to Benton City. We also help maintain the trails within Chomna and Amon Creek Natural Preserves and in W.E. Johnson Park.
Wow. Now, one of the exciting trail projects the Greenway recently completed is the one that we're exploring today, the Taptail Water Trail. So how was the idea for this trail born?
Well, the seed was planted through interactions with the Washington Water Trails Association, and that was involved with the creation of the Northwest Discovery Water Trail along the Snake and Columbia Rivers as part of the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial Celebration. And we realized that creating a water trail along the lower Yakima River would be a natural complement to the land-based trail we were already working on.
Now that's great, Dirk. And you know, the river trail is unique in that the trail was already here, right? The Yakima River. So what work did you all need to complete to make the Taptail Water Trail?
Well, the launch sites along the water trail are located on property that are under the jurisdiction of various entities. So our initial effort was to approach and start working with a group of key partner organizations. This included the Army Corps of Engineers, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Benton County, and the cities of Richland, West Richland, and Benton City.
Okay.
From there, we got a generous grant from REI that funded the work to create, print, and install maps and signs along the water trail. Since then, we have also printed and distributed over 2,000 Taptail Water Trail brochures.
Oh, wow, that's great. And now, Dirk, what makes the Yakima River, what makes a trip down the Yakima River so special? You know, kind of describe the sights and the sounds you experience along the way.
Well, let me start by describing the water trail itself.
Okay.
The water trail from Benton City to Bateman Island is 31 miles long with 10 well-dispersed launch sites. These include 3 paved launch sites, 3 Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife launch sites that require a Discover Pass to use, and 4 more primitive access sites.
Okay.
The trail can roughly be divided into 3 sections. On the upper section from Benton City to Horn Rapids Park, you're heading north, and once leaving Benton City, you're surrounded by open space and parkland.
Oh, wow.
I should mention that immediately below the Horn Rapids boat launch, there's a portage around the Wannawish Dam. The middle section of the river from Snively Road to Hyde Road has the most twists and turns. In this section, you're mostly traveling along a suburban environment and is the best area for bird watching and fall colors. The lower section from Hyde Road to Y Park has the slowest water. This is particularly true below the Dupertail launch, as this section of the river is influenced by the McNary impound on the Columbia River.
Wow.
Pelicans are particularly plentiful along the Yakima, and it's not unusual to spot great blue herons and egrets. And it's also not uncommon to see deer and occasionally coyote along the trail.
Wow, that's amazing. And yes, since we've been on the... Now, Dirk, I know the Yakima River is your passion and your group's passion, so no offense, but sometimes I feel like the Yakima River is kind of the forgotten river in town, meaning the mighty Columbia kind of gets all the praise. So I was just hoping you could kind of compare the Columbia and the Yakima rivers for us.
Well, the Yakima is narrow, shallow, and more intimate. You get closer to the surroundings and wildlife with far fewer motorized boats. It twists and turns in ways you won't encounter on the Columbia. So in paddling a few mile stretch of the Yakima, you could be heading north, south, east, and west all in the same journey. And during that journey, you can encounter natural, agricultural, suburban, and urban environments.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. And now, another thing I wanted to ask you just kind of personally, you know, your group, the Greenway Association, and you in general, you guys put a lot of hard work on weekends, just through the day, you know, maintaining, building these trails, a lot of effort. And then, you know, just the general public comes out and uses them. I was wondering, what enjoyment do you get out of maybe seeing people using the trails you guys work so hard on?
Well, every year we put on a couple paddle events along the Taptail Water Trail. And this past June, we paddled from Benton City to Horn Rapids Park with over 40 participants. So it's always really rewarding to put on an event with that much participation, and especially to meet people that are either new to the area or new to paddling on the Yakima. And we have an upcoming event on August 18th where we will paddle from Hyde Road
Association and the Tapped Hill Water Trail. Of course, if you would like more information on the Greenway or the trail, you can visit them at the webpage at the link below. And of course, if you want any information on anything City of Richland related, we strongly encourage you to visit the City of Richland's webpage, which is also listed at the link below. And don't forget, if you're a social media type person, we are where you are. You can find us on all the popular social media platforms. Find the City of Richland on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Well, I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland. Now, Dirk, let's go see if we can find ourselves a coyote.
We're doing is barbell stuff. I want to make sure that you're stretching your lats. You're going to be stretching your wrists, making sure that you're able to catch that barbell here in the front rack and also press overhead. Good.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, as we settle into the new year, we hope you've been able to keep your resolutions. Now, if your resolution was to be a healthier version of yourself in 2025, we're at a location that can help you achieve just that. Richland Strength has been in Richland for about a year, and they are here to help you set goals, prioritize yourself, and turn resolutions into reality. Well, it's now my pleasure to welcome Richland Strength owner Chris Sandell to the program. Chris, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. We're excited to talk to you and learn more about your business here. But let's start off by just sharing a little.
Our gym was located in West Richland, so we were over there for about 6.5 years. Me personally, I've been in the fitness industry for about 10 years, coaching for a few years before, and then decided to open my own business.
Awesome. And you mentioned that the previous gym in West Richland. You know, what excited you to move cities and move here to Richland?
So back in West Richland, we had a small studio. It was about 1,700 square feet. And it was just time to mature into a bigger business. So we've moved to centrally located location for Tri-Cities, and we tripled in size, so bigger studio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, near the river, near the parkway, and also close to Cadillac.
Friends and sort of get your exercise in. I like this location. Like you said, we're right down the road from the river, but there's also lots of businesses and other stuff to do locally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great location, a great spot to be in. And you know, many of us in Richland are familiar with, you know, the traditional gyms. And I wanted to ask you, like, what makes your gym unique amongst those ones?
Starting position, 1 muscle clean. Starting position, 1 power clean. CrossFit gyms is like a class-based gym. You're going to get coached on movement, technique, and also the program will be structured for you. It's kind of the halfway point between having a personal trainer and then sort of the free-for-all, trying to figure out how to do it all on your own. As a community-style gym, there's a bit more accountability, so whether it's from the staff, the coaches, the owners, or just the friends that you build and the people that are struggling in the workouts right next to you. So helping you stay motivated is something that's just sort of given in this style of gym.
I wanted to have you talk about the programming that you do here at Richland Strength and just kind of talk about a little about some of the workouts that we do here.
Great, good question. So we are primarily a CrossFit gym, and we focus on different strengths through different cycles. Also, as we transition to our Richland location, we're focusing more on our Olympic weightlifting too. We are the only gym here in town that has a Olympic weightlifting program.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question as simple as, is CrossFit for everyone? And my thought there was, you know, I think gyms can be intimidating for people, or maybe your age or your current, you know, fitness status. All those things can be intimidating. And so, do you feel like CrossFit is for everyone?
I would say it is for everyone. I want to go a little bit lower on the weight so you're going to be able to be more successful on that jerk portion.
Is that what we just did?
That's what you just did.
Okay, so I still have to do that too.
But you're going to be AMRAPing this one, so as many reps as you possibly can.
Okay.
We have athletes as young as 13 years old and then as old as 71, 74 years old. So I would definitely say CrossFit is for everyone. It's just about sort of finding that discomfort and being able to push yourself through uncomfortable situations. Everybody gets a custom workout each time that they're in class. Let's push 8 calories.
8? Okay.
8 to 9 calories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you offer any introduction classes, any training, and how can people try?
So over the 3 weeks, twice a week on Mondays and Wednesday evenings, we're going to go over everything that you need to be successful in our group classes. Starting out with squatting and just sort of figuring out how to move your body, to more technical stuff, snatches, cleans, jerks, etc. Another way that we bring people in, if that schedule doesn't work for them, is through personal training sessions. So we meet with myself or one of the trainers, and we go through between 1 to 5 personal training sessions, depending on their background, how many sessions they need, and then getting them ready for regular group classes. Come on, guys! A modality that I started back in 2011. And as I've changed focuses to Olympic weightlifting, it still is possibly the most fun working out that I've had. And in terms of giving that to other people, I think that health and wellness is really important, especially nowadays. So doing what I can do in terms of giving, I'd like to continue to provide the opportunity for other people to potentially find the spark and the love for CrossFit and fitness that I did back then.
Perfect. Well said. Chris, thanks so much for hopping on the program and talking to us about Richland Strength, the CrossFit gym here in Richland. And of course, if you would like any more information on Richland Strength, you can find them online at the link below, or just stop on by. They're located at 1022 Lee Boulevard. Now, if you would like more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our webpage at the link below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the city of Richland on all the popular social media platforms.
Pull that bar off the ground, let's go! Get another one.
Set your goals, prioritize you, and turn your resolutions into reality.
Anybody coming in tomorrow?
I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, our show today is a little unique in the fact that we typically feature destination businesses, places you and your family can go for a great experience. But today we are excited to showcase a major employer in our area and an international leader in nuclear energy. Today we will talk to Framatome's Richland site manager and highlight the innovative work being done right here in Richland. We will also give you information on a giant recruitment effort that is underway. Well, now it's my pleasure to welcome Framatome's Richland site. What about Framatome and specifically the Richland site?
Sure. So, starting big picture, Framatome is a world leader in nuclear energy, in clean nuclear energy, from supporting power plants to design and construction of power plants to engineering and fuel. And what we do here at the Richland site is the fuel. And fuel is what goes into a core of a power plant. That's what creates the power. And that's what we send out these doors.
Perfect. And you know the work and the mission you just described might sound familiar to those in our community, but maybe the name doesn't. You know, my dad worked at Framatome for 34 years, and I'm aware of several name changes. When you're out in the community, what names do you most often hear?
Siemens, Areva, and Framatome are the three most common, but we've had probably 15 names through the years at least.
Oh, wow.
We keep our business cards, and so it's kind of fun to bring those out and see how many that we've had. One thing that's unique, so even though we've had lots of names, it's the site and the people that really make this place special.
I know my dad loved working here, and I think when he was hired on, it was Exxon Nuclear.
Oh, okay, he goes way back. All right.
Yeah, he told me Jersey Nuclear before that. Share with us a little bit about the state of the nuclear energy industry today.
It's extremely exciting because we see a bright future, a very bright future, and I'm sure you've seen the news stories and energy about the future of nuclear. With the challenging climate goals that we have as a country and as a world, nuclear has to play a big part of that. And we're starting to see that support get built through the community, through governments within the U.S. and the world.
Which is exciting.
It is. It is.
And recently we've heard a lot about advanced nuclear reactors. Can you explain the difference between the traditional nuclear reactors and the advanced reactors?
I'll keep it really high level, but you bet. So the light water reactor market is made up primarily of boiling water reactors, which is a GE design, and pressurized water reactors, which is a Westinghouse design. The power plant that we have close to us is a boiling water reactor. So we make fuel for both types of plants. In fact, we're known as being the world's most flexible fuel fabrication plant. So if you have a light medium that's enriched up to 5% currently for light water reactor plants, the advanced reactor world, all the new reactor designs are being designed around slightly higher enriched uranium, so up to around 20%. So none of these reactors are currently operating, but they're in the design and licensing stage. And so our part here is we want to be part of the supply chain for those new reactors, because you have to have someone who builds this unique type of fuel for these reactors. And these typically are smaller, very safe designs.
Well, what positions Framatome to lead the industry into the future?
Besides the people like we were talking about, we have some technologies that just suit perfectly for the advanced reactor market. And you're standing in front of what's called dry conversion, and that's one of those technologies that will position us well. That brings the infeed, the uranium infeed, and it turns it into powder, and it's especially green. There is no effluent from that process. And it's a stark comparison to what we used to have, which is called wet conversion. With wet conversion, we had to have lagoon pools, and it was about a 15-year project that we put dry conversion. We live in and compete in is very competitive. Not to be repetitive here, but it's a tight margin industry, and so any kind of benefits that we can help make us more competitive in the future helps us expand the business, which helps us bring in jobs. And so the TUA is one really good example of cooperation. We are very proud of the support we get from the city, from TRIDEC, Port of Benton, the universities, legislators. There's nothing but positive support from the community here.
Perfect, and you touched on it great right there, but I did want to ask you to talk about Framatome's partnership with the City of Richland, and specifically the targeted urban area, which you mentioned we call the TUA.
So we just signed contracts for the TUA, and that is helping us on what's called Phase 1 for advanced reactors. And what that allows us to do, we're bringing in jobs. It's around 25 new jobs, and we're actually building prototypes for these advanced reactor fuels. It's very exciting work. The TUA will also help us stay competitive as we consider a much larger this area, that much more attractive. We have so many things going for us here in the area. Intelligent workforce, beautiful weather, like we're standing in right now. It's a great place to expand to. And with the efforts that the local community is helping drive, going from clean up to clean energy, it's a golden opportunity, and TRIDEC and the city and the community have done a great job to attract some companies, especially through these TUAs, and there's a lot more in queue. So we're excited to be part of this expansion.
It's great, and you mentioned expansion, and I've talked with you off camera and on camera, and I heard Framatome talk about 200 jobs that they will need to hire. Talk about the recruitment effort to accomplish that.
So I am big in workforce development. It's one of my passions, and I can honestly say we collectively as a community, we're going to have to do something, because the number of companies that are coming needing well-educated, excited, hardworking people keeps growing. And we as the community, we've got not to say the raw material, we've got the people, we have the opportunities. We need to make sure those opportunities are known by folks going through the education process. People know these jobs are coming, and there will be a crunch. There's going to be a workforce, there already is a workforce crunch. We're competing with the other companies here for some of the same resources, and that will do nothing but grow.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting and unique things about Framatome and your workforce development was your how to do things the Framatome way. Maybe talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So safety first. The only way that we're in this industry is safety first. We want to train individuals. We need people who want to learn, people who want to work hard. And so that's the foundation that we start with. But we will train individuals here. The nice thing is we have almost a macro economy here. We need supervisors and managers, we need engineers, we need PhDs, we need folks straight out of high school who have the right work ethic, because we have a lot of operators here at the site. So as long as you bring the right attitude, we will train you and you can make a very good career here at Framatome.
And maybe one of my last questions is, what does the future hold for Framatome and its workforce? And maybe tying into expansion, where are you guys going to expand here in Richland?
Okay, great question. So here at the site, and that's within the next 5 years. And then where? We own a lot of land around here. There's a hay field to our west side. It's a farm circle there. We would take about half of that farm circle, and we will create a structure that's about the same size as what we're looking at here. It's about a replica of the size of the plant that we have here. And that would be solely focused on the advanced reactor market.
Beautiful. Well, Lance, thanks so much for your time.
Mark,
Lance
thank
Stevens,
you.
Richland site manager here at Framatome. Appreciate your time and had a great time talking with you and learning more about Framatome, and I hope our viewers did as well. And of course, if you would like more information on Framatome, you can visit them online. Simply visit the link below. And don't forget, if you're looking for any information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our website, www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the city of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
My name is Jamie McPherson, and I'm one of the ground operations coordinators for the Commemorative Air Force Air Base, Arizona. We're here in Walla Walla, Washington today, and we're going to go look at a B-17 Flying Fortress and a B-25 Mitchell bomber today and get a tour inside. This here has now been converted to a donation box, but this was once a 100-pound bomb, as you would see found inside of these bombers. It's not that big objectively, it's about 4 feet tall, but it does weigh quite a bit. And when we usually talk about bombs, actually the poundage we're referring to is actually the explosive force measured as TNT, not the actual weight of the bomb. So, for instance, a 100-pound bomb would actually probably weigh closer to 200 pounds with the casing of metal. So behind me here, we have a B-25 Mitchell bomber. This one here is known as Made in the Shade. This is one of the only combat veteran B-25s left in the world that flies. There's about 40 aircraft that are airworthy right now that are B-25s, of which only 2 saw combat to my knowledge, and this is the only one that saw combat in Europe. This one specifically was actually used mostly to bomb strategic targets. As a gunship, it's kind of a predecessor to today's A-10 Warthog. There's 12 50 caliber machine guns in total that were basically designed to gun down enemy targets, then release some bombs and go home. So as you can see here, the name of this airplane is Made in the Shade, and there's a really fun story behind the name of this specific B-25. When we were first formed as a unit, we were donated a B-17 that we restored. We built it out in the open Arizona sun, and once we were done building it, we actually built a hangar to store it in, and we were then donated this aircraft as a restoration project. And so this was the first aircraft that what was then the Arizona wing before it became Air Base Arizona restored inside of the hangar, and thus it was quite literally made in the shade. All right, so this right here is known as a WASP engine behind me. It's a 14-cylinder radial engine. So if you look close, you'll probably only count 7. That's because it's a twin bank. So you have 7 on one side and 7 cylinders behind it. Now, the interesting thing about radial engines like this one is that, of course, since it's a full circle, 360 degrees of power, the oil pulls down by gravity in the lower cylinders right here. So if you look down here, we've actually installed little catch cans to catch some of that oil. We have power. This is a fairly powerful engine configuration for its time, and so because of that, this is one of the few bombers that can take off in a very short distance that we operated during World War II. This one specifically can actually take off in about 600 feet when properly configured, and that's part of why you'll see these used, for instance, in the very famous Doolittle raid, where they took off from aircraft carriers to bomb Japan. Here are 2 of the cheat guns. Like I said, there's 12 50 caliber machine guns on board this aircraft. So these ones, you've got 2 more here on the side, and then on each waist, you have 1. You have 2 up top in the turret, and then you have 2 in the tail for the tail gunner. These machine guns can fire at about 10 rounds per second, so 600 rounds a minute each. So if you think about it, that's 120 bullets a second, so that's a lot of firepower coming out of this aircraft. So if you look right here, this is the bomb sight for the Bombardier. This is essentially the aiming device used to drop the bombs. And if you look here at the nose, this part here is very flat. The reason we keep this part so flat is actually so there's no distortion for the bomb sight. That is a Norden bomb sight. So that's a fun, interesting story. The Norden bomb sight was the 3rd most expensive item developed and produced by the US during World War II. The most expensive things being and generally bomber crews were required to remove these after mission and put a cloak over them and deliver them to an armed guard who would actually guard those 24/7 when they weren't in use. So if you look inside of here, in our bomb bay, we actually collect signatures from different World War II veterans who served on board different B-25s. Notably here, we have a veteran of the Doolittle Tokyo raid from 1942. Another one here, Ed Saylor, he's a Tokyo raider as well. And here's a 3rd one. Another highlight I like to show is Betty Hayes here. She actually worked in the Kansas City plant of North American Aviation building these aircraft. So she is one of the Rosie the Riveters. About 80% of this aircraft was manufactured and assembled by women. So if you look above you here, there's actually some bombs. I believe here you have a 500 pounder and these are 250 pounders. Like we were talking about earlier, the poundage is really referring to the explosive power of the bomb, not the actual gross weight of the bomb. And here are the shackles that essentially the bombs would hook into. So typically when they drop, they're released in a staggered formation. So you'd have one drop, then one from the other side and so on, but in a very quick succession. What I always like to point out to people too is these bombs are pretty much gravity operated only. They're not like modern day cruise missiles or anything that can steer to a target. How to get it into that hole perfectly. So bombing back then was a lot more of a mathematical science, and it was a lot less accurate than it is today. And that's why the Norden bomb sight was such a critical piece. It could do about 60 different computations, not just solutions, but 60 computations, including different things like airspeed, wind direction, to help calculate where the bomb would fall. So it was a very important piece of the equipment that kind of goes hand in hand with this. The other thing you'll notice in this bomb bay specifically that you'll see different right above us that I'll show you guys later, but essentially there's no way to walk through the bomb bay. So if you look right down here below you, you've seen this ladder. Now the ladder we have there is for ease of spectators to come in and out. There is a ladder there that is designed. It's just a 90-degree vertical. It's a little harder to get up. And that's the only way in and out of here by design. There are some emergency exits, like this one here behind me. Right here, it's essentially a sunroof that you can go through. And then in the nose, the Bombardier had his own emergency exit as well. Then here would have been a variety of different gauges, switches, and fuse panels. These here have been slightly modified and modernized, of course. But the flight engineer was basically the 3rd member of the crew that would help operate the aircraft along with the pilot and co-pilot. Of course, we've modernized things a bit, so here's one of the jump seats that would have been there originally, along with the platform that would have been where the cameraman is now sitting. So originally it's an electric turret, so he would actually poke through here and there would be electric controls for him to turn it. It turns and swivels 360 degrees. It can aim pretty much horizontal and up and around, so it mostly protects from oncoming attackers from above. The flight engineer had a lot of here, right? If a control cable, because most of them are actually exposed in here, if those were damaged in flight, he would essentially repair those so we can control the aircraft. So that was a lot of his key things, was basically in-flight repairs and ensuring that the systems are operating properly, because nowadays, of course, we've got that all automated, but back then a lot of that was still done by hand, which is why you essentially have 3 essential crew to operate this aircraft as opposed to 2, as you would nowadays in, say, an airline or something like that. Okay, so in here we're in the cockpit of the B-25, and as you can probably tell if you know anything about aviation, we have modernized this a little bit, right? You've got your comms and your transponder and all the good stuff that's required nowadays of an aircraft. But a lot of it really is the same basic principles that you'd start out with if you learn even nowadays in a basic Cessna airplane or something, right? You've got your 6-pack here. You've got your control quadrant here with throttle, props, and mixture. Trim wheel here, of course, right? Landing gear down below. And what's nice too is you've got these windows here. They open quite wide. And that's pretty much it. It's very much based on a lot of the same principles that you still learn today. So if you look right there, that's essentially a crawl space above the bomb bay that goes to the back. So that was the only way in flight for the crew to maneuver back and forth between the front and the rear of the aircraft, moving that very tight crawl space. Now granted, most of these individuals who flew on board this aircraft at the time were somewhere between ages 8 was their only way. So that's our crawl space again, just from the other side. So we're now in the rear of the aircraft behind the bomb bay. And these seats down here, they've been added for the safety and enjoyment of our passengers. But these 250 caliber machine guns here are every bit as real and original as the aircraft itself. So if you look up here on each side, there's storage boxes. Those would hold ammunition for the 50 caliber machine gun. And then the machine gunners would stand back here, grab it, and then they have a trigger here that's been manufactured. Look in the back, of course, you have the tail gunner position. So it's a little tunnel you crawl through, and then basically a bicycle seat you sit on top with 250 caliber machine guns in front of you. And that completes our presentation on the B-25. So behind me here we have a B-17 Flying Fortress. This one is known as Sentimental Journey, and it's been in our possession since 1972. So to tell you a little bit about the B-17, originally it was developed actually as a submarine hunter for lower altitudes, but was quickly found to be a very capable platform for high altitude bombing with a few modifications. So this here is a G model, which is the last model made. About half of the roughly 12,800 B-17s that were made are actually the G model. So the G model is very distinctive because it has this little chin turret below it with 250 caliber machine guns that are remote controlled. Now this one here is Sentimental Journey, and her journey actually began in the fall of 1944 when she rolled off the assembly line at Douglas in Long Beach, California. Douglas was one of 3 companies along with Boeing and Lockheed that made the B-17 during the war. Boeing actually designed it and produced the most, but since there was such a demand for them and Boeing couldn't fill the whole demand, they were also built by Lockheed and Douglas. So this one was built in Long Beach, California, and was sent to the Pacific. Now this one didn't actually serve in any bombing missions, but it did serve in wartime in the Pacific as a photo reconnaissance aircraft. So part of what it did is the entire bomb bay was actually gutted and had specialized photo mapping B-17 bombers that were remote controlled, and the mothership would basically have the drone operators in it. And then after that it was relegated to firefighting duty. So the bomb bay was again repurposed to hold fire retardant or water, and was then used to go on water bombing missions. And following that, it was donated to us in 1972, and it was the first restoration project that what then was the Arizona wing had, which is now Air Base Arizona. And that kind of brings us up to today. So if you look right here at the nose, Early in the war, 25 missions was the requirement for a crew to go home, and later that was bumped up to 35 and even later to 50 because as we had more air superiority, the missions, though they were still very grueling and hard, were perceived to be a little quote-unquote easier, and there was a bit of manpower concern towards the end of the war, so the mission tally went up. Now in this case, those bombs, however, do not signify the amount of missions it flew, but rather the amount of tour stops it made on its first tour rotation after being restored. And if you look below it, you'll see something you didn't see during the war, which is actually 3 movie cameras. Now in this case, there's 3 movies this airplane has starred in. 1941, All the Brave Young Men, and most recently Masters of the Air. And there are currently about 40 B-17s left in the world, of which about 10 hold an airworthiness certificate, and as of this year right now only 3 are airworthy and actively flying, 2 here in the US and 1 in the United Kingdom. There's a lot of them that are currently undergoing either heavy maintenance or restoration. And this is the only one this year that you can actually see on tour and buy rides on. So it's pretty much a one-of-a-kind experience right now. So right behind me here, we have one of the 4 engines on this aircraft. So this is a 4-engine bomber. In this case, we have a Wright 1820 behind me, which is a 9-cylinder radial engine. So again, the gravity, of course, pulls the oil down to the lower cylinders, which causes the leaks, like you can see here. We always like to joke it's not leaking, it's just marking its territory. In this case, it has 9 cylinders, creates 1,200 horsepower per engine, and these engines are actually what we call turbo supercharged. Now, the reason for that is not so much necessarily to get more power out of them, but rather to create more pressure in the engine. So at a high altitude, you're basically simulating a lower altitude. That way, essentially, the engine performs better at higher altitude. So this is a big tire, of course. 2 of them, 1 on each side. This is a tail dragger, as we like to call it. So the rear landing gear is right there. It's a little bit smaller. All 3 of them do retract into the aircraft in flight. So in here, we are inside the bomb bay, of course, of the B-7. Lucky Luckadoo, he actually just passed away 2 days ago, and he's very well known. He wrote a book called Damn Lucky. Excellent book, I strongly recommend it. It should be an enjoyable read for anyone interested. Here we have another gentleman, for instance. He completed his 35 missions as a ball turret gunner, and we'll show you the ball turret here in a minute. It's always something people find very fascinating. And then, of course, above you, you've got bombs. These are a little bigger. These are 500-pounders. The B-17 was capable of hauling quite a few of those, of course, by comparison, a little bigger payload. And then one of the more noteworthy things here, of course, is you can walk between the front and the back. Now, if you look, I'm about 6 feet tall. I'm crouched down. I can barely fit in this, right? This is a very tight, confined space. Typically, it was reserved for shorter crew members, but that didn't mean that tall people were immune to being drafted into this position. Contrary to popular belief, this is actually one of the safest positions in the aircraft because the Germans would typically attack from above. So being below the aircraft gave you a little bit of protection and some cover. Now the way it works is this actually reclines down, and they could swivel it 360 degrees, aim down and around, and protect the aircraft as best possible. Once you're locked in here, it's a very isolated position. The size of this tail, proportionate to the aircraft, is very big. Part of that design is essentially redundancy, so this tail can take a lot of damage and retain a good amount of rudder authority. But the fuselage itself, it's made of very thin aluminum, about as thick as 2 Coca-Cola cans pushed together. So essentially, if it gets hit, right, the bullet goes in one end through the aircraft and out the other. There's absolutely nothing there. So this is actually Manny Quinn. He's our tail gunner here in the B-17, so he's got 2 50 caliber machine guns out the back, of course, to protect us from anyone sneaking up from behind. Definitely a tighter position, definitely the most isolated because he's further back and more physically removed from anyone than any other position in the aircraft.
My idea.
So just be careful, it is tight. What we'll do is we'll start in the nose and kind of work our way backwards. All right, so behind me we have what I like to call the best seat in aviation. It's an absolutely incredible view, but this is the bombardier's seat. So he's one of the 4 officers on board of the 10-man crew on this B-17. His job essentially is to calculate where to drop the bombs. They were talking about earlier with the Norden bomb site. There's one of those right behind me. And then over here we have the navigator's table. So the navigator was in charge of strictly navigating this aircraft to the target. And then if you look over here, Got, of course, two 50 caliber machine guns, one for each of the crew members in here to use. This is another signature piece of the G model to have two 50 caliber microphone inputs for the aircraft. So actually everyone in here, like I said, was an unpressurized system in this aircraft, so you're exposed to the elements. So everyone had a throat activated mic. They could talk to each other that way because it's very loud, of course, in an airplane like this. And then down here, this is what's known as a rheostat. So when I was talking earlier about the bunny suit they would wear under all the leather clothes, they could plug into here and essentially turn up almost like a dimmer switch on your light. They could set how much heat they wanted. Now most veterans I've talked to will tell you there's really only two settings, too hot or too cold. But in theory this was variably adjustable to keep them relatively comfortable as best possible. And then if you look up here behind, or above me, behind you in a minute, I'll show you what's known as the Celestial Dome. So this is primarily, actually no joke, for stargazing, so that you can actually look around and see where the stars are to help navigate, right? So it's known as the Celestial Dome for that reason. The configuration here is a little roomier, but still pretty tight compared to a B-25. Now the visibility is pretty nice too, but a little smaller, and there you can see your Celestial Dome that we were just looking at. Up here we've put all the modern avionics separate to all the original stuff. Of course the instruments have been redone, but it's not too different from its original configuration. One of the big differences you'll see here is instead of having the conventional lever setup of throttle, prop, and mixture, you have your mixtures here, all four of them. You actually have all four throttles here. So this bottom one is a throttle and this top one is a throttle. So this is essentially the two on the left, throttles 1 and 2, and then throttles 3 and 4 right here. So if you watch a war movie, you'll often see they'll take the underhand and move them like this. That is actually so they can control all four, but you can also control the tops or the bottoms separately as needed. And then here you have all four of the propeller pitches right there to adjust. You've got actually one of your trim wheels right here for the rudder trim, and then your elevator trim right there. And then here, of course, you've got a control yoke, much like most other bombers of the era. And that one, of course, says Boeing, right? The pride of Washington, right? Being able to have good situational awareness of what was above you was pretty important. And of course, secondary benefit, it helps light up the cockpit, and tertiary benefit, you can spot enemy fighters that way if they're coming your way. Since, like I was saying earlier, especially in Europe, the Germans would typically attack from above and dive at you. And then we'll look behind us here in a moment at the engineer station. So this is where the flight engineer would hang out. So he has a jump seat here to sit on, but typically he would be standing in here. If you look behind you, there's a fuse panel and some other things that are essential for operation of this aircraft. Like we talked about in the B-25, you absolutely needed a third person in the cockpit to manage the systems, but he would also while the rest of the aircraft is still pretty much bare metal for the most part. And the reason for that is actually to prevent glare from blinding the pilots or inhibiting their vision while operating the aircraft. All right, now if you look here, I'm in a pretty tight spot, quite literally and also figuratively. So this is what we know as the catwalk. It's about 6 inches wide, and it takes us from the front of the aircraft to the rear, where we have the radio room, the waist gunners, the ball turret, and the tail gunner. And this is the bomb bay. So, and he was required to keep those on his person as proof the bombs had been armed and primed for being dropped. Yep, so these are primarily seats we've added for passengers. So here you've got 3 extra seats for passengers. This would have been the only original seat in here, and it wouldn't have had a seat back, and this is where the radio operator would have sat, and this is where all the radio equipment would have been. And then on this side primarily would have been a life raft and some area for the crew to basically sit down, can actually be moved down these rails and used to be fire upwards to protect the aircraft from oncoming attackers from above. Moving on, right there below us is the ball turret. And so this is how you would have originally accessed it, from inside the aircraft through that hatch there. And that's how you get in and out of it. Now, another fun thing I like to show people in here, so if you look right here, behind this box, there's a little funnel. That funnel is known as a relief tube. I'll let you guess what that means, but it is exactly what you're thinking. And standing up right here, of course, we have 250 caliber machine guns again. And here we have more control cables for the aircraft. And so you'd have 2 ways the window would freeze up and you couldn't see out of it, so they've removed the windows and this would just be open, so there'd be a slipstream of wind coming through here. So think about, you're going over 200 miles an hour at below 70 and you're standing by this window. Absolutely crazy environmental effect, right? But again, you've got these two 50 cals here and they're staggered in part, so as these two crew members swing around shooting guns, they're not bumping into each other, they're traversing past each other. The other thing I always love to show people about these 50 calibers in the B-17, if you look right here, this is actually a holographic sight, not unlike a red dot sight used by the military or law enforcement nowadays. A lot of people don't realize those already existed during World War II. And again, here is a specialized trigger, so they can grab it and just use their trigger finger. And then here you've got, of course, a big box, a conventional mission, there would be nothing left. In Hollywood, of course, you see these guys just laying down on it. In reality, typically about a 1 to 2 second burst each time they'd spot an aircraft. So 10 to 20 rounds max, partially reserve ammo and partially because of how fast things were actually happening here in the air. This is the only place in the aircraft where a large person can stand up, is right here. For reference, I'm about 6'1" and I can stand freely here, but this is the only place in the entire aircraft where that's possible. Anywhere else, you're generally going to have to duck down, and of course towards the tail, things taper down again. So as we move through, we start getting smaller again. Yep. And then our tail gunner to the left there, I don't know if you can see it from there, that was the only way for them to escape, and we don't let people back there because of the tail gear, of course. So we're with Air Base Arizona, which is part of the Commemorative Air Force. The Commemorative Air Force is comprised of over 60 wings across North America and Europe and Mexico. There's one wing in Europe and one in Mexico. But we operate over 160 flying World War II aircraft, so the world's biggest World War II aircraft operator. Each different wing has different things. Some are more like a flying club, others like ours are a little bigger. We have our own museum down in Mesa, Arizona with over 30 aircraft on static display as well as 7 that you can fly on. And those are generally year-round possibilities, but during the summer, to beat the heat and kind of get out and let the whole country enjoy these aircraft, we take some of the bigger aircraft like our B-17 and our B-25 on tour across the US. Nowadays we tend to kind of alternate between an East Coast tour and a West Coast tour every other year, and we make different stops. All volunteer organizations, so most of us, like myself, will come out for about 2 weeks at a time and basically make this possible and help any way we can, right? Whether that's selling rides, whether we're flight crew. The pilots, of course, dedicate their time as well. Most of those are either airline pilots or career military pilots who fly these aircraft for us. And so everything we do is self-funded, right? We, of course, once in a while get a generous benefactor, but for the most part, the way we operate is all of our revenue from rides, from tours, from souvenirs that we sell in our portable gift shop trailers, and of course the revenue that the museum creates is how we fund all of this. And again, we're a nonprofit, so all of this just goes right back into the organization and into trying to maintain these aircraft and keep them airworthy as long as possible for others to enjoy. The way I always like to put it is we're basically holding the door to the past open as long as possible for people to go through it. And so being able to come out on
I haven't seen my girlfriends in such a long time, and we really wanted to find some place that was central to all of us.
Tri-Cities was such a great option. It seemed like it had everything that everyone wanted to do.
So we wanted to give it a try.
The weekend trip started off at the winery, my favorite place to go. So many options, wine, grapes, everywhere you look.
I was most looking forward to hiking. That's my favorite thing to do.
The Wallula Gap hike was bright and early in the morning, first thing, but we got to see the sunrise over the water, and it was absolutely stunning. And I actually had never been on an e-bike before. We got to go along the entire waterfront.
The night topped off with some new friends and a delicious dinner with my girls. I can't explain how beautiful it was to be up in the air, to just feel on top of the world in that moment with my girls.
I live where it's not super sunny. There's 300 days of sun in the Tri-Cities, so it's really awesome to escape to.
Tri-Cities is definitely the place you want to go to try it out.
Oh yeah. Well, hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Now, we are thrilled to be at not just a new business in Richland, but a new first-of-its-kind business in Richland. Welcome to Shoot 360. Now, in late June, they proudly opened this facility to the public with a ceremonial ribbon cutting, and I can't wait to share with you how they have combined training and technology. For the owners of Shoot 360, Ryan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey, absolutely. Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Welcome to Shoot 360, the world's most advanced basketball training facility.
That's amazing. It is an amazing facility. I'm excited to be here. The second time I've been here. And let's start off the program by, talking about your facility and sharing what you guys feature here.
So we're about a 10,000 square foot basketball training facility. We use technology. We track and record everything you do here. We keep all your stats. You can see your strengths, your weaknesses, from day 1 to day 5,000, how you're improving, how you're getting better. We have 5 skill stations where we practice ball handling, passing. We have different competitions where you're playing against your free shooting, where you kind of create your own drills. We have the same competitions over there, shooting competitions, and just lots of other fun games to play.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I'm excited to share a little bit more in depth about each of these stations. So let's start with this skill station. And let's just talk a little bit about what this is.
All right, so this right here is what we call our skill station, where we practice our ball handling, our passing. So if you want to come over here and check out the screen, we have 2 main functions. We have train and then we have compete. So train is ball handling, passing. We have our virtual trainers you can follow along here. And then compete is more kind of video games meets basketball. So let me start you off with some ball handling with the virtual trainer.
Oh no, you hear how he said start me off. I hope you're starting you off because I don't think you want me showcasing this place.
Hey, okay, I'll give you a little demonstration now. I'll show you a little bit.
There we go. Now we're talking.
So right here we have our virtual trainers. We kind of have what we call our drill packs, our workout. We have our overview of the entire workout, and then the time we left for the workout. So right here, we're skipping through. There's a bunch of different options.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of time, so we'll go kind of skip through. Right here, get to a little bit more advanced stuff right here. So we're just practicing along with the trainers.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So you hear this all the time. This is one of those, probably the most common thing you hear from the adults is, I wish they had this when I was a kid growing up.
Exactly.
Right?
I always tell them, this is the vegetables over here. Everyone wants to shoot, everyone wants to be Steph Curry, but if you want to work on your game, this is what you need to, be doing reps, passing into it. So on this one, we're going to do waist pounds, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to step, pass, hit the targets.
Wow. We don't want to show it all because you got people have to come in and experience it
exactly.
themselves. Just give them a little teaser.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also have, you talked about these courts. Let's talk about the shooting stations that you have, which I'm sure are the, fan favorites.
Absolutely. This is what everyone wants to be a scorer. Everyone wants to shoot.
Yeah.
So we'll go over here and check that out. So the first thing you notice up here is you have your name. Every member will have their name on there. Their XP points. Everything we do is tracked and recorded because if you can't measure it, how are you going to get better, right? So you can see where all your strengths and weaknesses are, where you need to improve your shooting, so you can kind of create your own drills. We can just put a spot right here, save it. We can drag it over here. If you want to watch the arm right here, I hit that start, it'll actually move over that area. Say you want to create your own drill, you want to shoot from the other side, you just take it, you just drag it over the other side, hit start, it'll follow you.
Oh,
there we go.
Fast. Air ball. Not an air ball. So what's it telling us? What kind of metrics are getting measured up there?
All right, so this whole screen up here is what we call our splash meter.
Okay.
So it's a lot going on, so we're just going to focus just on that middle part right there. See the green section in the middle? So we're measuring 3 things. Your arc, your depth, and your left and right, or your alignment.
Oh, wow.
So if you can get all 3 of those inside that green zone, you're gonna make it over 90% of the time.
Oh, wow.
So what this is, it's a tool. It's a tool to help you build that muscle memory, to get that that kind of create that zone. And this is kind of helping train your body to get that muscle memory so that when you leave this place, you go to a game, it's just natural for you to shoot inside all three of those.
Yeah, I'm sure that's one of the most ugly metrics you've ever seen, so I'm going to need to do a lot of work to do that. But maybe, let's talk about maybe what people are most wondering about is how can people use this facility?
So we're membership based, like most gyms. We have different contracts you can use. We're open 7 days a week. We have every day you can do 30 minutes in the skills, 30 minutes in the shooting. We also have a half court and kind of shortened down full court that you can use.
No like drop in, like day pass?
We do have some drop ins, yes. We do have some drop ins that come in. We don't want to call ahead and schedule those because we are starting to ramp up. So we want to make sure you have time when you come in here. Everything we do is tracked on our mobile app. You can schedule up to 7 days in advance. You can always get your spot. I know some kids are like, hey, I only like to be in court 2. Oh. This is my favorite hoop over here. I only want to use this one. So you can schedule on the app. Game, you had some turnovers. You want to work on your ball handling in between. Get on that app, get some drills in, kind of tighten up those handles before you play your next game. Anyone who wants to come check us out, you can go to our website, shoot360.com/Tri-Cities, and we have a free workout there. So anytime anyone's interested, we like to take them through a one-on-one. They explore everything in the skill station, everything in the shooting station, just so they can kind of get a more in-depth and kind of see everything we have to offer before they sign up for a membership.
Well, Ryan, thanks so much for opening your doors to us. I had a great time showing Shoot 360 here in Richland. Appreciate the hospitality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, if you would like more information on Shoot 360, you can find them online. Simply visit the link below. And if you're searching for more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our webpage at www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. All right, hey, before we leave, I'm going to challenge Ryan to a game. I guess it's called Snowman.
Snowman build.
He can go first, and I'm going to follow him. He's got first shot. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Hey, we're working together on this one.
Oh, we're all together?
Yeah, we're working together. We're trying to build a snowman.
Oh, here's a great idea. We'll see if Ryan can build a snowman by himself. Ooh, 1. Let's go. 2. Uh-oh. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes, snowman. See, then you move over to the next spot.
Oh, you go to the next spot.
Yeah, so we go and we keep going until your time runs out there. And the more snowmen you build, the more points you get.
Nice.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm David Puente. I'm the director of your Washington State Department of Veterans Affairs. First, about the project that we're going to be talking about today. So this afternoon, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be providing a little overview of history, how we got here. We're going to talk about the preferred site and go over some topics off of that, some factors that were evaluated. Then we want to make sure that we're talking about next steps and what we're going to be looking at. Just a little bit of history. Back in the early 2000s, our WDVA leadership at that time and the community started having conversations about this project and the need for it. I want to say around 2017, there was a feasibility study that was done. We received money from the legislature to do a feasibility study that determined that yes, in fact, and in working with the community, that this was a good idea for us to focus on. So this is something that we've been working on right now. We know that there's a need. This project is going to serve 46,000 veterans that live in the 75-mile radius. And the reason we say 75-mile radius is that's an area that the National Cemetery Administration, Federal VA, uses when they're looking at criteria for developing national cemeteries and state cemeteries. We knew that the Federal VA was not going to build a national cemetery in Eastern Washington because of the density and the population, which is why they encouraged us to look at building a state veteran cemetery, which is why we're here. NCA, the goal for the National Cemetery Administration is to have 95% of its veterans covered by the 75-mile radius. So this will help us so that they can start meeting that goal within the state of Washington. 2 years ago, if you recall, for those that attended, we had a town hall meeting where we had a conversation with you all about this project and looking at if this is something that the community would support, because it was a priority for our organization to continue and focus with that. And we recognized after that conversation that there was huge energy behind this, high engagement and energy behind us working on this project. So we continued doing that. As a result of that, we started looking for land, 100 acres to start off with. Where could we build this type of parcel? We looked at about over a dozen properties to take a look into and identifying these areas. A lot of the things that we evaluated, I'm getting ready to talk about, and what we ended up doing is 2 years ago, we received funding to do the pre-design and focus on this work. The first half of the pre-design focused on the 2 preferred properties that we looked at. About 2 weeks ago, we made a determination and selected our preferred site, which we're going to talk about today, based on the things that we're going to be talking about, so that you have a better understanding of why we made the decision that we made. And then we also want to listen to you for your thoughts and your ideas as well. Next slide for us. So here's some of the things that we looked at and evaluated as we worked with our vendor to try and identify a preferred site. One thing that we definitely learned is water rights is huge in Eastern Washington. So we had a lot of conversations about water rights with a lot of the parcels and properties that we were evaluating. So for us, that was a primary factor, making sure that we had accessibility to water and future water, etc. So the location that was selected had irrigation rights, and also we're going to be able to access city water as we continue to build the infrastructure. The other thing that we looked at is access and higher visibility. The parcel that was identified is right off of State Road 240. So it's easy access for visitors, families, folks that live in the community to be able to locate it. As we continue to develop this property, it's just going to be a great legacy site for us. So people will have accessibility and visibility of this location. The other thing that we looked at was serenity and topographical surroundings. So we recognized that the other property that we were looking at had things that were similar as well, but I think this location, as you'll see when you hear from our vendors and you get to see the property itself, it's higher elevation. There were things that suited better for the cemetery. It also takes advantage of the view and current surrounding of undeveloped properties, and then also it's not that really far of a drive from the Tri-Cities. The other things that we were looking at is also going to give the feasibility for families, having a secured feeling, privacy, solitude, things that are important for visitors when they come to visit our nation's heroes and their family members. The other thing is that we recognize that this legacy site is going to be an enduring tribute for our nation's heroes. It'll be a legacy where community and veterans can come and family members and visit and recognize our veterans. The other thing that we were looking at is, as working with the City of Richland, is the assurance of latecomer agreements. We know that initial costs are going to be a little bit more because we have to run infrastructure to this facility. We've got to run the water, sewer, data, power, and et cetera. We recognize that's going to be an additional cost for the state, but also in working with our partners in the City of Richland, we recognize that the latecomer agreements are going to allow us to recoup some of those funds as development occurs throughout the years at these locations. So we're very gracious of that. We also look forward to the latecomer agreement with the Washington State Department of Transportation, because we're going to have to build some road improvements to access this location. So there's things that for us, we know it's going to cost a little bit up front, but long term we're going to be able to recoup some of those fundings back. The other thing that we're working very hard with, as Sundariki talked about, we're working with our federal and state partners to ensure that we focus on the prioritization for this project and funding. I know we're partnering with the City of Richland as well as we submit requests to our congressional delegation to ensure that this gets in the forefront, and this is something that they're able to help us with, especially with the infrastructure and the road work that's going to be needed for us to continue to move on with this project. Okay, so here's where I'm going to turn it over to Garner Miller and also Chris Overdorf to talk about their work that they've been doing on the first phase and what's coming up in the second phase.
Thank you, David. So our team was hired by the Department of Enterprise Services, State of Washington, to take the first step down the road of really finding out if there's a suitable piece of property for this the cemetery. And so we started that process in November. And as David mentioned, there is a preferred site now, but I want to tell you that the process for doing what the state calls a pre-design starts with looking at alternatives, and the state always wants multiple alternatives to look at to make sure we're covering bases and choosing the best site for the facility. There was another site that was investigated just outside of West Richland in the county, but the site ended up rising to the top for the reasons David spoke of next. So what we wanted to do is we'll take you through a little bit of an examples, pictures, just to kind of get the feel of the site just west of Horn Rapids here, and then I'll take a little bit more through the process that was done to choose this site. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris to talk about the site.
Oh, perfect. First of all, I need to say that my father was a Navy vet. My brother was in the 101st. I got accepted to both Annapolis and West Point, chose West Point, and so Army-Navy game is a bit of a conflict in our house. But anyways, this has been an honor to sort of work on with the DVA crew and the rest, and everybody else who's helped out on this. The site itself, as we said, we needed a certain sort of footprint. The primary parcel is about 187 acres and includes one of the crop circles. We got irrigation coming out to it, and it's a really, when we started talking about like the kind of serenity and the ambiance we want families and their loved ones and the people resting there to experience, this site really supported, everything we were sort of looking for. One of the next slide, please. One of the issues is easy access, right? There's a lot of deliveries. There's a lot of things that go on with managing this kind of a facility. So there's a lot of moving parts that we need to address. But the fact that we've got easy access off of 240, which is a major sort of corridor coming in, it's going to provide a lot more flexibility for when there's Memorial Day events and other things that are happening at this at the site itself. Next slide, please. Soil. We need good soil for this. We were talking about the National Cemetery Administration, guidelines, and when they come out, they're shooting lasers down to make sure that all the headstones are lined up. And so we look for a certain kind of soil to make sure that it's well draining, it's not a lot of clay, so that everything sort of stays, where we want it to stay. And you can sort of see it, the fact that it's been used for agriculture in the past. We've got some really well draining soils. So that was sort of perfect. Next slide, please. The fact that we're high bank and we've done some initial sort of work on a water table, and we're well below where we've got a high bank situation, so we don't have any issue with sort of water a high water table that we're having to deal with, which would then, if we had to deal with it, is going to then impact the overall sort of cost of the project itself. Next slide. And then finally, it's sort of the views. And, you've got that gentle sort of topography that's sort of wrapping around that entire site. And as you move along 240, in some cases, the berming and the topography is sort of shielding it from the road, which cuts down some of the road noise. But in other cases, it sort of opens up so that it's going to be easy to find. But ultimately, when you're on the site, you're looking out, you are going to be experiencing these big expansive views, and it really just creates this sort of sense of serenity to the overall site. And I think the next.
Thank you, Chris. So we started working with the Department of Veterans Affairs back in November, looking at these sites. And the state of Washington, as I mentioned, wants a fairly rigorous process for looking at all the available options and pitfalls and red flags that could come up when the state wants to actually spend money on developing a project. So we embarked on that process, and some of the things that we look at originally, and this was on both sites, that would help the DVA make a decision on which property made sense. First of all, accessibility. Cemeteries are very important to make sure that people can move around and meet the requirements for both federal and state ADA. We looked at the topography and the soil. Chris mentioned that a little bit earlier. One of the benefits of the site is it is high bank, so flooding is not a critical component there, as well as making sure groundwater is deep enough it doesn't affect the internments. We also looked at impact to the surrounding neighborhood, worked closely with the city of Richland to kind of vet those issues and looking at future developments that are going to come online in the future out here. We also did an initial cultural resources review of the property. At this point, it's a desktop, what we call a desktop review, looking at all the available data that is published out there. And what we're looking for is to see if there's any higher than usual chances of finding cultural resources in the ground beyond what we would expect. Water and utilities, access as well. We had to study extensively with the City of Richland's help on, power, water, sewer, all those things, irrigation, make sure that those utilities can get to the site and serve the site appropriately. And then the other thing is just making sure that the facilities that DVA needs here, the cemetery facilities, the internments, columbariums, administration buildings, visitors center, and maintenance, that all that stuff works on the site. So we started initially with a programming phase where we identified all the elements that needed to be involved and included in this project, and then sort of vetted that out and test fit on the property to see what that would be like. In a second, Chris will show you kind of a proposal for that, and came up with alternatives. So with that information, that was really helpful, I think, for Department of Veterans Affairs to make their decision on this site. So next slide. So this is actually just an example. This is a federal cemetery in Minnesota, but this is just a visual to give you an idea of just how beautiful this site can be. This is a kind of a similar layout to what we're looking at here. It's just it's going to be a wonderful facility.
Like I was saying before, the site itself really made itself amenable to everything that was needed for this kind of facility. There's going to have to be a new roundabout off of 240. That would provide that access. It does tie into the City of Richland's plans for that area along Snively Road, and the actual sort of entrance way. If I can point. The entrance way right there was sort of lined up with one of the future roads that the City of Richland is looking at. But then as you come in, there's going to be some queuing areas. So when people are waiting for an event memorial to occur. There's a couple different spots that people can go. The J is the administration and sort of visitor center. And right off of that roundabout where B is and then M is, that's sort of the maintenance area. So service deliveries and everything can happen without coming through the main gate, without coming past the administration centers, and where families are sort of sitting. They're learning about this process. There's some solemn steps that are happening both in the admin center. And then back where H is, and that's sort of the memorial shelter where those memorial events will be occurring. And then the rest of it is sort of arranged around. N is a series of columbariums that are sort of similar to service stripes on sleeves. With P is the large U.S. flag, and that's sort of the center of the site that grounds everything. All the headstones, everything is oriented back towards the flag itself. And all the O's, the little areas that are broken apart where the interment areas are, none of those have a long walking route from the road where parking is. There's actually a distance that we need to sort of keep everything in relationship to the road. And then areas like where the S is, and that's where the scatter garden would also be. And then the P with that sort of half sort of crescent paved area, that's where events would happen. And then we'd actually take advantage of that natural topography where Q is. It's setting itself up as a natural amphitheater. So when there are like the big Memorial Day event on this site, there's a large area, right at the center, right at the heart of this entire facility that people can come to. And then again, working with the topography, the site itself made it really easy to make and fold these roads into this existing the topography itself. So it's not a lot of earth movement. Yet it still creates these areas. So when they can be preparing, for an interment in one area while something's going on in another area, and there isn't, you're not looking at one, from the other. So there's a lot of different elements to this, and then ultimately what the shape of it, and if you think about after World War I, the red poppy, right, which is the symbol of remembrance. That's this. It's essentially, there's an arm, which is the entrance road, coming to that's holding the American flag in the middle, and they're holding a poppy, and that's the shape of the design. And nothing's forced. We're working with everything that site sort of gave us, which was just amazing.
Thank you, Chris. So we're now embarking on phase 2 of our pre-design study. This will finish out our report that eventually DVA will use to submit to the Office of Financial Management at the state to hopefully get included in the next budget cycle for funding. So now we're going to take the site and do some more detailed analysis of it. We're going to continue working on the test fit of the site and the layouts and try to uncover any design issues and other opportunities as that design develops. We're going to be studying a little bit more detail on the off-site improvements that are going to be required, the utilities, the road, the roundabout, those things Chris mentioned. We're going to be looking at, in detail, the stormwater and soils. We're going to have a soils engineer out in the next couple of weeks that is going to be doing some on-site test pits, and we'll get a good analysis of the soils out here. We're also going to have our cultural resources consultant come out and do a site survey and be digging on site to try to find out if there is anything as far as cultural resources buried in the ground there. So we're well aware before this project moves forward of what could potentially be there. The state will also be looking at land acquisition and what that process will look like for the actual purchase of the property. from the City of Richland. And we're in the process right now of developing a project cost estimate. So we know what all the costs will be as this project moves forward. And that'll be in conjunction with DVA and their grant applications. With that, we'll turn over to the next steps. To Solomon.
Outstanding, thank you, Garner. So we're going to talk about next steps. So last week on the 17th of March, we initiated a consultation with the tribes on cultural resources and on-site analysis. On the 21st of May, we're expected to have the final pre-designed report from our partners at CARB. The report will tell us if the suitability works, and we're going to work with the City of Richland on the land transfer and federal funding and latecomer agreement processes along the way. So quite a few other steps with that. Next slide, Terry. Thank you, sir. So again, we're going to be working with the governor's office, state legislators on funding and for improvements. And what that includes is looking at securing the state matching funds for the 10% construction costs and secure operational funding and obtain federal grant funding. With that, again, is a reference back to the latecomer agreement. We're going to be looking at what does that look like, how can we work with that to continue our partnership with the City of Richland and continue that work there. Again, is working on off-site improvements. That's going to be huge, and again, is a big part of this is going to be receiving and working through with the National Cemetery Administration on the funding for up to 100% on the match for the construction costs of the cemetery. There's a question on why do we need another cemetery if Medical Lake exists? So going back to the top of the slideshow, Medical Lake is in eastern Washington, so it's roughly about a 3-hour drive from here, and it's outside of that 75-mile radius that the NCA demands. So from there, we want to make sure that families do have an opportunity to visit with their loved ones about within an hour of that. But again, with a veteran population of about 46,000 in the Tri-Cities area proper, that is the reason why for this property. And going back again is to make sure that, again, is the density and able to provide a 95% saturation to serve veterans and families in this area.
You know what? I like Richland. Dark Doogity, no doubt. Play on, Richland. Play on, Richland. Yo, your dog just dropped a deuce. Doggy, get down, good dog. Baby, gotta walk her through Howard A. And all around our town, cover much ground. She gonna walk it from Leslie. In the sun, it's a good day. Each and every day, it's the our way. A girl and a dog, they were fine. Wow. Until they left the dookie, that's a crime. From the north side to the south side, it's a good day to take a trail ride. Keep your doggy on a leash with care. You know the trails are there to share. We gotta keep it fair. I noticed that day, doggy wasn't holding nothing back. Doggy, when you do your do, I pick it up for you. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you walk it. Dog, dog, doogity. We got to bag it up. Bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog, doogity. You got to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, let's keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. You know we love our city. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. We got to keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Cause we love our city. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity. We got to bag it up. Bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity. You got to bag it up.
What we're doing is...
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, as we settle into the new year, we hope you've been able to keep your resolutions. Now, if your resolution was to be a healthier version of yourself in 2025, we're at a location that can help you achieve just that. Richland Strength has been in Richland for about a year, and they are here to help you set goals, prioritize yourself, and turn resolutions into reality. Well, it's now my pleasure to welcome Richland Strength owner Chris Sandell to the program. Chris, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. We're excited to talk to you and learn more about your business here. But let's start off by just sharing a little bit about yourself and how did you get involved in the fitness industry?
Okay. My name is Chris Sandell. I moved here from Seattle about eight or 9 years ago. Originally, our gym was located in West Richland, so we were over there for about 6.5 years. Me personally, I've been in the fitness.
What excited you to move cities and move here to Richland?
So back in West Richland, we had a small studio. It was about 1,700 square feet. And it was just time to mature into a bigger business. So we've moved to centrally located location for Tri-Cities, and we tripled in size, so bigger studio.
Yeah, near the river, near the parkway, and also close to Cadillac, all great places to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, part of the idea was that this is your third place. So you have your home, you have your work, and then you have your third place where you want to meet friends and sort of get your exercise in. I like this location. Like you said, we're right down the road from the river.
Traditional gyms. And I wanted to ask you, like, what makes your gym unique amongst those ones?
Starting position, 1 muscle clean. Starting position, 1 power clean. CrossFit gyms is like a class-based gym. You're gonna get coached on movement, technique, and also the program will be structured for you. It's kind of the halfway point between having a personal trainer and then sort of the free-for-all, trying to figure out how to do it all on your own. As a community-style gym, there's a bit more accountability, so whether it's from the staff, the coaches, the owners, or just the friends that you build and the people that are struggling in the workouts right next to you. So helping you stay motivated is something that's just sort of given in this style of gym.
I wanted to have you talk about the programming that you do here at Richland Strength and just kind of talk about a little about some of the workouts that we do here.
Great, good question. So we are primarily a CrossFit gym, so our programming is CrossFit. We do lots of barbell stuff, gymnastics, conditioning. It's all set up for us week by week, and we focus on different strengths through different cycles. Also, as we transition to our Richland location, we're focusing more on our Olympic weightlifting too. We are the only gym here in town that has a Olympic weightlifting program.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question. All those things can be intimidating, and so do you feel like CrossFit is for everyone?
I would say it is for everyone. I want to go a little bit lower on the weight so you're going to be able to be more successful on that jerk portion.
Is it what we just did?
It's what you just did.
Okay, so I still have to do this too.
but you're going to be AMRAPing this one. So as many reps as you possibly can.
Okay.
We have athletes as young as 13 years old and then as old as 71, 74 years old. So I would definitely say CrossFit is for everyone. It's just about sort of finding that discomfort and being able to push yourself through uncomfortable situations. Everybody gets a custom workout each time that they're in class. Let's push 8 calories.
8? Okay.
8 to 9 calories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you offer any introduction classes, any training, and how can people try this out?
Here in January, we're starting January 13th, actually, our on-ramp program. On-ramp is a group you need to be successful in our group classes. Starting out with squatting and just sort of figuring out how to move your body to more technical stuff, snatches, cleans, jerks, etc. Another way that we bring people in, if that schedule doesn't work for them, is through personal training sessions. So we meet with myself or one of the trainers, and we go through between 1 to 5 personal training sessions, depending on their background, how many sessions they need. And then CrossFit, it's really been the main fitness modality that I started back in 2011. And as I've changed focuses to Olympic weightlifting, it still is possibly the most fun working out that I've had. And in terms of giving that to other people, I think that health and wellness is really important, especially nowadays. So doing what I can do in terms of giving, I'd like to continue to provide that opportunity for other people to potentially find the spark and the love for CrossFit and fitness that I did back then.
Perfect. Well said. Chris, thanks so much for hopping on the program and talking to us about Richland Strength, the CrossFit gym here in Richland. And of course, if you would like any more information on Richland Strength, you can find them online at the link below, or just stop on by. They're located at 1022 Lee Boulevard. Now, if you would like more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our webpage at the link below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the city of Richland on all the popular social media platforms.
Pull that bar off the ground. Let's go. Get another one.
Set your goals, prioritize you, and turn your resolutions into reality.
I haven't seen my girlfriends in such a long time, and we really wanted to find some place that was central to all of us.
Tri-Cities was such a great option. It seemed like it had everything that everyone wanted to do.
So we wanted to give it a try.
The weekend trip started off at the winery, my favorite place to go. So many options, wine, grapes, everywhere you look.
I was most looking forward to hiking. That's my favorite thing to do.
The Wallula Gap hike was bright and early in the morning, first thing, but we got to see the sunrise over the water.
The night topped off with some new friends and a delicious dinner with my girls.
I was most looking forward to getting on the river. The Tri-Cities has a ton of water access.
I can't explain how beautiful it was to be up in the air, to just feel on top of the world in that moment with my girls.
I live where it's not super sunny. There's 300 days of sun in the Tri-Cities, so it's really awesome to escape to.
Tri-Cities is definitely the place you want to go to try it out.
Said I just wanna have fun, make some noise, sing it with my boys, party all night long, till the light gets gone. Now, to a world unknown, I throw myself aboard a mission I wanna explore. Now being cool is about doing what I love, and every day I rise and start living it up, make mistakes and fail a ton, taking on life just to make it fun. I spend a lot of time working for the man, too scared to jump in the life without no plan. Well, it is what it is, and it do what it do. I'm taking it to another level of cool, staring in the eyes of every fear and understanding there's no place for it here. I'm gonna get excited and celebrate. I'm gonna move on from all my mistakes. I'm gonna love like I never loved before, to keep you coming back. I just wanna be cool, I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone, said I just wanna have fun. be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hang out with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. I just wanna be cool. I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hang out with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, it's no secret that Richland is widely considered a mecca for scientific research and technology. Companies like Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, Energy Northwest, and Battelle come to mind. But back in 2016, another scientific company made worldwide headlines with their first detection of gravitational waves. Welcome to LIGO. And gracious enough to join us today is LIGO's Education and Outreach Lead, Amber Strunk. Amber, thanks so much for joining us today.
Good to have you.
And I'd have to say we made it, but I'm going to guess that you could sense me from probably a mile away, right?
I wish we could. The waves you create are a little too big for us to sense, but we're glad you made it out.
Perfect. And I'm excited to be here. This is the fourth time I've been out to LIGO, and I must say every time I come out here, I just have a sense of inspiration, a sense of, excitement, and also just a sense of
Yeah, we kind of have two missions. The first mission is our scientific mission. That's to detect gravitational waves and then to better understand gravity through that information. But we also have an education mission, which is why I'm here, and it's really to increase a curiosity and inspire interest in STEM careers through all types of fields. And that's why we have this beautiful center, so the public can come, see what we do, and get excited about the science just like you did.
Mm-hmm. That's great. And I must say that this is an exciting place to come. It's exciting to learn about the technology, but it's also, it can be overwhelming for someone like me who's not an engineer. But one thing that LIGO does so well is you open yourself to the community and you have a great way of telling your story in a way that we can understand. And I just want to start with having you share what is in this exhibition space and some of the exhibits that are here.
Yeah, LIGO's been in the community since 1996, and since that time we've had an outreach program communicating what we do to the public because we think it's so important to take kind of science that seems pretty high level and bring it down to everything people can understand. This center itself is a wonderful way to do that. It was funded by the state of Washington and it's brand new. We just opened it in September of last year. And here you can both see some hardware exhibits about the center as well as some hands-on exhibits to really get a feel for the science that we do. When you walk in, one of the first things you notice is the Nobel Prize in Physics, which was awarded to 3 of our founders in 2003, and it helps you understand gravitational waves. So if you take a step onto it, you can see that this grid just bent around your shape. And if you watch these objects, they start orbiting around you, they come around and they'll orbit around me. And this really helps us understand gravity. Einstein told us gravity is a warp in space-time, and when objects follow that warp, they orbit, or if they collide, they make waves. And that's exactly what we're studying and understanding.
That's great, and I can see this as a fan favorite, must be.
It absolutely is. Everybody loves this.
It's so cool.
So as I just mentioned, we study these gravitational waves from objects colliding in space, but the way we do that is different than what you're used to from most observatories. We don't use telescopes. Instead, we have a device like this, which is called an interferometer. So starting right here, you have a laser that goes through what we call a beam splitter, and it does exactly what you think it does. It splits the beam into 2, so one goes down that arm and one goes down that arm. And then at the very end of each arm, you'll see a mirror that reflects that light back together before it merges. It goes through a few mirrors just to make the lasers to allow us to sense the very small gravitational waves we're looking for.
I was going to ask you about the interference patterns. How do you know what's a gravitational wave and what's not?
Yeah, so there's 2 things there. One thing is we do everything possible to try to get rid of those vibrations. So we have a lot of hardware that you can see in the center as well that shows some of the ways in which we reduce the vibrations to get rid of them when we can. But then on the other side, when we do get signals, how do we know for sure it's something from space and not something here on Earth? We do a couple things. We match it with Einstein's predictions for what these waves should look like. We make sure that nothing else around us could have possibly made it. So we have 300,000 channels of data coming in all of the time, and about
Just fascinating. Let's take a look at maybe 1 or 2 more exhibits in here.
Sure. Another favorite of people here is this device. Really, one of the things we're trying to do is talk about the fundamental science, so waves, pendulums, all of those matter for what we do, and a lot of the exhibits you see show you that. This one can show us waves, so if I spin this drum and then pluck the guitar string, you can see the waves that are being made. So as people and students come and play, they get a better sense of what waves are, how they're made, the different properties of them, and all of that goes into the work we do.
Wow. And I have a question about this. Visually, when I'm looking at the strings, you can see that wave like you talked about. But is that actually the string bending, or is it an optical illusion with this pattern behind it?
It's the string bending. The
Really?
only thing the drum does is allows your vibration of the wave that's happening all the time.
That's amazing. You always answer my question of why you don't see it up there, because it has to be here, but it doesn't seem like that's real.
I know.
It seems like that's just an optical illusion that's happening with that spinning background behind it.
I think that's why it's a favorite,
cool.
because it feels like an optical illusion, but it's a real effect. As I mentioned, we have a lot of exhibits that you see as well about pendulums. This has several pendulums, all with the exact same mass on the bottom, but you can see that the strings are different lengths. And as you watch it, it goes through several different patterns. And that's really just an effect of that string length. It doesn't matter how much weight is hanging on the end of each one, but because the strings are different, they'll swing at different frequencies, and they create this gorgeous pattern.
Simply fascinating. And the Exploration Center is a must-see for everyone in town. And I'm curious, what are the hours you're open, and is there a fee to come explore here?
It's absolutely free to come see us. We are open every week, Tuesday through Friday, from 9:30 in the morning till 4 p.m.
Tour, and take us through what they get to see when they're on the tour.
Absolutely. So to register for our public tours, it's online on our website, ligo.caltech.edu. And if you go there, you can register for a free public tour, just like everything else, we do it for free. And they have a chance to explore the Exploration Center, but they also will have a short talk by one of our scientists or engineers, a walk around our site. They'll get to see some more hardware exhibits, go right into our control room where we detect gravitational waves and see scientists at work. And then they'll also get a beautiful view of those 2.5-mile long arms we talked about.
Oh, that's amazing. And once a month, right? Correct?
Once a month, the second Saturday of every month.
Well, I would like to thank Amber Strunk for taking us on an amazing adventure here at LIGO. And if you have not been out to their Exploration Center, I strongly encourage you to come visit them. Now, if you would like more information on LIGO, you can visit them online at the website below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm Mark Ingham, and thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Portfolio features large community parks, small neighborhood parks, a dog park, a skate park. Basically in Richland, we feature something for everyone. Now tucked away in the Horn Rapids Sports Complex is one of our most unique park experiences. Welcome to the Columbia Basin BMX track. Well, joining us now is Columbia Basin BMX track operator Sam McPee. Sam, thanks for jumping on the program with us.
Absolutely, this is a lot of fun.
This is going to sound weird, but this is one of my favorite parks in Richland because every time I come here, I'm blown away that we have it, but I often forget that it's here. And let's talk about why we have a great amenity like this, and that's because of the Columbia Basin BMX and the relationship you have with the City of Richland. So you can just share a little bit about your group?
Absolutely. So this is Columbia Basin BMX track. We exist here at the Horn Rapids is our parks and our facilities and the different amenities that we have. So this is just one of many across our city, and it's one that here is driven largely by the work of volunteers.
That's amazing. And maybe talk a little about the relationship as far as, I believe that the city of Richland owns this land, but the reason we have this amazing amenity is because of the work of those volunteers. So maybe talk a little about that.
Yeah, that's correct. So this is city public parkland, but we kind of exist on top of it, right? And everything inside of the fence here for the track is operated, maintained, built by, and paid for with through the work of our volunteers and through our organization, Columbia Basin BMX.
That's amazing. And how long has this track been operating in Richland?
Yeah, so the track was originally built at the base of the the Cable Bridge, and then it moved here to this location in 1995, I believe.
Wow.
So it's been around for quite a while here in this location, and since then, just the people who came before me, right, have been improving it, and we continue to do so.
And in that time, a lot of improvements have been made. And before we talk about those improvements, talk about how your organization raises money to pay for those improvements.
Absolutely. So largely the way that we pay for anything around here is driven by a variety of factors. We've got our race fees that our members pay when they come here for any of our events. But by and large, when we do large capital improvements, we're going after grant funding. So we've taken advantage over the years of both park allows us to really reinvest into the track, which just increases the amount of people that we can serve and the people who are going to come here to our city.
And Columbia Basin BMX has been very successful in applying for and getting grants from the City of Richland out of the Hotel Motel grant funds. And let's talk about some of the larger projects you guys have accomplished here.
Yeah, so I'll go back all the way to like 2013. So in 2013, this registration and bathroom facility, big brick building in the background there, that was built using LTAC grant funding. Our lights were all put in through community donations and with the work of volunteers. Most recently, last year, we did a redesign of all of our dirt surfaces here. So all the dirt surfaces, we brought in about 350 extra yards of material, made everything a little bit bigger, a little bit more fun. That was paid for through LTAC grant, as well as some savings there on energy usage. And then most recently this year, the area that we're standing on, we elevated that up about 30 or 3.5 feet, and then we installed this brand new ProStart. It's really a top-of-the-line electric safety gate is what it is, replacing our old barrel gate, and then replaced our whole starting hill and all the asphalt we see here.
Mm-hmm. And just being here with you, we've already witnessed one of these unique instances, which is my next question, is that this park is open to the public. And I don't think people realize that just because the park just looks so amazing. You go, there's no way this is free. But when you're not running practices or races, this is available.
It's an open public park, and that does put a little bit more strain on our volunteers. We often get, we ask the people when it's wet that they don't ride, and that's not always the case. It's really purpose built for bicycles only, and so it is a little bit more of a strain. We have a little bit more repairs to do after winter from different usage that it gets. However, it's really vitally important for me personally that this remains open to the public. It's how my personal family found this. Our now 12-year-old, when he was 2, we brought him out here. We found the park randomly and loved it. And then we got involved in the organization, and he's racing now. He's been racing for 10 years and loving it, right? Mm-hmm. So it's vitally important that we keep it open to the public. This is actually served by literally hundreds of our community members on a weekly basis. 2025, there are 10 operating tracks in the state of Washington for this season, and BMX tracks. Every BMX track is unique. Everything has, our light poles here. We're kind of known for having too many light poles, right? So every track's unique in its features and what it's going to bring. But every single facility, every single city that has a BMX racetrack is better because of it. It betters their community with providing a space for kids to ride. Mm-hmm. So now, all that being said, I am for sure biased, but I think our overall facility is one of the nicest ones around, and that's because due to a significant amount of factors. One, our race surface, right? Our race surface is known for being good all the time. We also have great of open grass for families to spread out. So it really is a great facility. It's one of a favorite facility that we hear from several people around the Pacific Northwest, and we love hosting people here and having different events.
And one of my favorite aspects about this park is when I visited with my kids, I've seen little kids as young as 3 on their Strider bikes, and then more advanced riders, maybe 50, 60-year-olds out here just having a blast. And just, I wanted to ask you, what's the importance of this track and the importance of providing this opportunity to our community?
And to go out and enjoy themselves, whether that's a skate park or whether that's a BMX track. That's a different, unique experience that you don't get by just going to, a playground or something like that. BMX is an absolute unique sporting experience. We have a saying in the world of BMX is that no one rides the bench. Every time you come out here, it's you, your bicycle, against all of your competitors for all 3 rounds of a BMX race. It's unique in that sense. This is also one of the only sports I know of where the entire family can come out here and participate. You're not sitting on the sidelines just watching, right? Your kids can come out here, they can race against kids their own age, and then mom and dad can jump on a bike and they can race against the adults out here. So it's a blast. It's kind of it's close quarters a little bit. So if you're not racing, we have lots of viewing areas. You can see the entire track. You can watch your kids having a blast. It's just a fun experience for the entire family.
Well, I'd like to thank Sam McPeak for the volunteer work you're putting in to provide this to our community. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mark.
You bet. And if you would like more information on Columbia Basin BMX, you can visit them online by using the link below. And while you're there, give them a like on Facebook. Now, if you're searching for more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our website, www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland.
Let's go, Sam. Let's do it.
Welcome, everyone. So please be sure to use your microphones and buttons tonight. Just want to welcome you, Steve, and this presentation is for discussion. No decisions are going to be made tonight. Also, I have you down for 45 minutes. I know that you have a good amount of slides, so 45 minutes going to work out okay. And if it gets close to that, do you mind if I just signal to you that you've got 5 more minutes, something like that, to help? We have another presenter joining us via video at 6:45. So just if that works out pretty close, we'll be happy with that. So the first item on the agenda is Richland Public Facilities District Update. Steve Wiley, welcome.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the City Council and City staff for inviting me here to provide an update to something that, as you know as well, near to dear to my heart and the hearts of a lot of people here in Richland. I think it's been a little bit over a year since the last time I gave an update, so and a lot has happened in the ensuing years. I want to bring everyone up to date on what we're doing. And so this presentation has 4 main objectives, and that is to, first of all, provide a background on the Richland Public Facility District. I know there's some new City Council members here, so I've sort of started at the beginning to sort of bring everyone sort of up to date about what a public facility district is, the history of the Richland Public Facility District, and where we are. Also talk about the REACH and the PFD finances. We've just completed a refinancing of bonds, and so I thought it'd be really nice to show people financially where we are. The current strategic plan, because we've had both a visioning workshop and a strategic planning workshop in the last year, and a vision of the future of where we are going. So the first thing is, just in case someone doesn't know, a public facility district is a municipal corporation created by cities and counties and authorized by the state of Washington. Specifically, they are created to build public facilities costing at least $10 million and serving a regional population. Now, to fund these, because it's a regional center, the state uses sales tax measure. So the sales tax is basically collected supposedly in the city that it's established in, and of course collects money from not only the city residents but the people in the surrounding area. And because it's a municipal corporation, it's explicitly allowed to contract with public agencies such as cities, counties, and other PFDs, and to contract with public entities and private entities to do planning, construction, and things of that sort. So the authorization in 1999, this is after a number of PFDs have been established in Seattle and Spokane, and other areas, other cities wanted to establish things like PFDs to basically primarily to build convention centers and other public facilities. And so what they did is they created this mechanism in which the state also provided a 0.33% sales tax rebate to the PFD starting in 2000. By sales tax rebate, that means that that amount of tax measure that would normally be collected in that area, that municipality, and sent to the state is now sent back to us. So that if you lose the sales tax rebate, the city doesn't get it back, the state gets it back. And because a 0.033% sales tax rebate brings a lot of money into, on the west side, where there's a lot of people in those municipalities, but it doesn't bring very much into the rural areas. And so the state also created a mechanism so that a PFD can go out for a 0.2% sales tax if the majority of voters in that district approve it. And so far, and all new PFDs were required to break ground on their projects by January 1st, 2004, with the tax expiring in 2025. And we'll talk later, this deadline was later extended. And the reason for the short period of time is because the state didn't want too many of these, because they were sending money to the areas, and they didn't like doing that. In fact, the state governor, that was his stipulation to sign it into law if they had a very short period of time in which you could build this. And same thing with the tax expiring in 2025. Okay. Now, currently, and a lot of people, a lot of areas went out and established PFDs. Not all of them were able to be successful. For example, Walla Walla established a PFD, but they couldn't break ground on their facility in time. So even though they have a PFD, they don't have a facility and they don't collect any state tax. But PFDs established after 2004 cannot collect the sales tax rebate, but can go out to voters for a 0.2% sales tax. So far, only a handful of PFDs have tried or succeeded in obtaining this. We obviously know about Pasco's been one. Asotin and Chelan have also been able to do this. And Spokane, who actually has the first PFD, which kicked off this whole thing, is the largest and probably the most successful one, having 5 facilities. And they collect a lot of sales tax. They basically have county tax and city tax and stuff, and they're obviously extremely successful in what they've done. The type of facilities, and the law is also sort of restrictive on what kind of facilities you can do. Sports arenas, convention centers, aquatic centers, museum, performing arts, and these are the most common. You cannot do anything like a public market, for example. That's definitely off the board. But each of these kind of facilities each use a distinctive operating models. Commercial firms normally operate the sports arenas, convention centers, because there are hundreds of these things across the country. And so, for example, Kennewick uses VenueWorks to operate its convention center. Cities almost always operate aquatic centers because it takes a lot of people. So, for example, Pasco is planning to use the city of Pasco to operate the aquatic center. And nonprofits operate museums and performing arts centers because they tend to be very location specific. So every community has a certain flavor of the museums and performing arts centers. And so the only way to do that is to engage with the community And the best way of doing that is nonprofits. Not only that, nonprofits are actually a lot less expensive than the commercial facilities. Here's a couple of the type of PFD projects that have been built from that sales tax rebate. You've got the Three Rivers Convention Center, obviously. You've got the Future of Flight Museum. You've got the Edmonds Performing Arts Center. You've got the Linwood Convention Center, the McIntyre Hall, and the Hands-On Children's Museum. Almost all of these projects were ongoing projects before the sales tax thing came out. So when the sales tax came out, these people who already had these projects going used the sales tax measure to move it on. So for example, the Hands-On Children's Museum had been around for 20 or 30 years before the PFDs were formed. And so when that PFD was formed, all they simply did is form themselves to support and fund the Hands-On Children's Museum. And you'll see why I mention that later. So, origin of the Richland PFD. Kennewick had been planning a convention center for a number of years, but Richland had been discussing a number of different things. And Richland was interested in building public facilities, and they had been supporting the city at several arts and culture facilities located in old federal buildings. And community groups had been pressuring Richland for years to help them because, you know, they wanted to support the arts. And so the passage of the PFD authorization bill provided a mechanism, and the local citizens descended on to the city council and suggested, pick us, pick us, pick us. That's sort of what happened. So the city council, of course, decided they can't decide between these very worthy causes. So what they did is they hired economic research associates, and I think they're from San Diego, in 2001 to provide advice on how to proceed with the construction. Because Kennewick was building convention center and Pasco said they were going to build sports facilities, they recommended that Richland focus on a mix of complementary arts and cultural facilities next to the Columbia River. None of these seemed to be economically viable by themselves, but if you cluster them in a campus, they could share parking and resources and stuff like that. And so the facilities that were proposed were the Crest Museum, which everyone knows used to be down at the intersection of GWA and Jadwin, Hanford Reach Interpretive Center, which had been stood up a couple years earlier, Academy of Children's Theater, the Performing Arts Center, Art Center Task Force was back then trying to do it, and the Three Rivers Children's Museum. And so, let's see, yeah. And so the concept they came up with is the River Place concept, in which they proposed a campus of cultural and arts facility right next to the Shiloh Inn. Excuse me. And you'll notice this piece of land is still empty to this day because there's a lot of problems they found about constructing things on the old landfill. And so they said, well, it's a great place, it's good centrally located and stuff like that, but it's not really very suitable for building facilities. So what they chose instead is to move to Columbia Point. And this is Columbia Point. This was the original site for the campus, the River Place campus. And I think this is a Google map from not very long ago. You can see it's still empty. But this is where all these cultural facilities were going to be built back in the day. Okay. The Reach Museum was chosen as the first project, and it was really a very good choice, because ACTF and the Children's Museum were judged not to have sufficient resources to start their project in time. Remember, we had a 2004 deadline. So the ones who were the most prepared were the ones who got to go ahead. And Crest and the Hanford Region Interpretive Center were the clear favorites. They agreed to merge. Patel said, we'll pour in a couple $1 million. And then Senator Murray basically got funding for the Hanford Reach Interpretive Center, and so it was really a no-brainer to pick them as the first thing. And so based on this, Richland PFD was established in 2002, and construction of Columbia Point was started in December 2003, 1 month before the deadline. So we barely got it in there in time. to do what the groundbreaking meant is you put roads, utilities, all the infrastructure in. So that was groundbreaking. But they hadn't raised enough money yet, and so they kept raising money. Of course, in 2007, we had the Great Recession, which sort of put a big crimp in the money raising. But even worse, in 2009, the Confederate tribes changed their mind. 8 years later, they changed their mind. And so the PFD decided that it would take them years and years to litigate this. And so instead of just basically canceling the project, they decided to move it. And in 2010, Richland identified Columbia Park West as the new site for the Reach Museum and the whole concept. And the construction phase one, and they basically couldn't build the whole thing, so they start with phase one in 2011, and the Reach Museum opened in 2014. Okay. So the reason I'm talking about this is really what the Columbia Park West Master Plan was actually created in response to moving the museums from Columbia Point to Columbia Park West. And so this was a very large effort. All the stakeholders, the tribes and the river people and the Army Corps of Engineers were involved, and a lot of people were involved in developing the city of Kennewick. So this was the master plan, which for the most part is still in place, and the city approved it in 2011, I believe. This is the Richland section of Columbia Park West, and you'll notice that you've got what they call public attractor one, which is the Reach Museum, together with the parking. And there were also concepts of, well, we'll put other things in there, and so these are just sort of concept drawings about what are the things they would put in there at the time. So this is the current Columbia Park West, and that is the Richland part of it. And you see the Reach Museum, a much smaller version of the Reach Museum is there, together with all that empty space. So that actually is the campus that the original plans were to build a group of public facilities. Now, I'm saying about the challenge we've had because the Richland PFD and the Reach have had a storied and checkered past. And one of the things that when we started getting into it, there was always a lot of controversy of what went on and stuff like that. Well, the fundamental thing is the fact that the original sales tax in an area as small as Richland doesn't give you very much money to build something with. And so basically it was only, and the city put in $125K for hotel motel taxes, and that was sufficient for a $7 million bond. But the building was supposed to be a $41 million building. It was supposed to be a 61,000 square foot building, and $41 million is a pretty reasonable amount. And because there was such a funding shortfall between the money available and what they needed to build it, they got grants, which had a lot of restrictions. And one of the restrictions was that was what caused some movement from Columbia Point, because their grants were restricted. You couldn't build near an interstate highway if the tribes object. And there was an over-reliance on private funding, so when the Great Recession hit, that just sort of made it a big difficult. And the move to Columbia Park West obviously resulted in the loss of previous investments that were made. And the other challenge is the small size of the initial museum, 14,000 square foot rather than 61,000 square foot, significantly reduced potential income. Our tax base of funding is really very small. We are 22nd out of 24 PFDs in taxes we collect. And the city, because when we built in Columbia Park West, we had just barely enough money to build it. And there's a lot of fear among both the city council, justifiably so, and the people who were involved in this. It'll never get built. It'll be so small, it will close. I mean, there was always this predicting of doom and gloom of what was going to happen to the Reach. And they said that, and the Army Corps of Engineers said that if the city gives the lease to the PFD and the PFD closes the Reach, they're going to have to pay to remove it and restore the natural habitat, which cost about $500 million. So the reach had to actually create large financial reserves, and obviously when the scope was reduced, it really negatively impacted the fundraising. Now, these were the challenges. What is absolutely, to me, remarkable is that not only did the reach survive, it actually thrived, which just shows the demand that there was for museums and cultural facilities in this area. So the fact is, we don't have financial problems anymore. And the reason primarily is because sales tax income, remember, was just barely enough a decade ago to pay off the bonds and the operating costs. We have the Richland tax base has grown at over 6.5% per year for average. Even through the ups and downs, the tax base keeps growing. More tax base, more money you bring in. Also, working with the state legislature, the Association of Washington State PFDs, of which we are part of, and I'm actually on the board of this because it's such a valuable one to get state resources into the PFDs, obtained an extension of the sales tax instead of from 2025 to 2056. So we've got another 30 years from now for bonding authority. Instead of 1 year, we get 30 years. As anyone who's ever refinanced their house knows, if you have a small remaining mortgage and you refinance it for a 30-year loan, you can get your monthly payments drop dramatically, okay? So, and the reach has actually been growing very well as a community resource because it's used as an event center, it's used as a performance space, it's used as a museum, as an educational resource, Earth Day, there's a lot of events they have at the reach, and the tour boats love it, because when the tour boats come into Richland, where do you go to find out about the area? The Reach Museum. And so almost every tour boat comes in and visits the Reach. And because we had so much financial stress, the PFD has been very fiscally conservative every year. And so this has allowed us to accumulate funds. So just give you a brief overview of our finances. Right now, we get about $1 million a year in income. It's all, of course, tax-based. I'm considering the Reach as a separate entity. The PFD as an entity gets about 3/4 of its funds from state retax, from the state tax rebate. We get a lodging tax contribution from Richland, and Benton County, which has a PFD, no facilities, it established a PFD to contribute to both Richland and Kennewick's PFD. And our expenses last year, about 45% of it went for the bond, 34% went to the Reach. The ballot measure cost us about 10% of that, and then we were able to take about 11% of that and build our reserves from that. So even with having to pay for an expensive ballot measure, we still came out well ahead financially. Reach is doing well too. About 1/3 of the Reach comes from a PFD subsidy. Most PFDs are most facilities operated by PFDs use a lot bigger subsidies from their PFDs. So we pay about 1/3. The private donations are about 1/3, and the earned income is about 1/3. And as you might imagine, the great majority of the amount of money to run the Reach is salaries, which is sort of hard to cut because you have to have people there and operations, obviously. Okay. Financially, we're one of the strongest in the state. There's a nice site by the state auditors, FIT, that basically profiles all the state PFDs. We are gold standard. We have good cash balance, enterprise, fund cost recovery, different rates. You'll also notice when it says ranking number 2 in revenues and tax revenue. So that's why I found out that we don't get very much relative to the other ones. We are probably one of the strongest financial PFDs in the state.
Steve, can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
I was just looking at the income statement for the PFD.
Pardon?
I was looking at the income statement.
Yeah.
And showing negatives to the past 3 years. I'm wondering how that, I guess, balances out, no pun intended.
I have a really hard time understanding those income statements. You know, because it depends on how you. I've looked over. I've been confused too, but I've followed them year over year, and the negatives turn positive every year. So basically, what I've done is I've actually looked at how much the transfer of funds from each organization. So, for example. So the fund balance. So for example, if you look at the fund balance between 2022, 2023, 2024, every year the fund balance goes up. Okay? So how to reconcile that with negative numbers? I think it's an accounting thing. We've had this discussion, so I know exactly what you mean. It's hard to read exactly what they're referring to.
Well, and I get, and forgive me for digging too much into this, that, you know, there's debt service and such, but just in the income statement, you've got revenues and expenses, and the expenses are greater than the revenues, just looking at simple income.
Last year, I think, last year, for example, we did two things that really sort of screwed up the numbers. One was that we transferred from the city accounts $250,000 to an account that the PFD set up. One of the things we're doing right now is we are actually doing planning and contracting. If you look at the interlocal agreement between the city and the PFD, we are only allowed to ask the city to transfer money to us 6 times a year, okay? And so obviously that was going to be an issue. So what we did is that when we set up an account with APO, the same bank that we use for the Reach Museum. And so we did a transfer of $250,000, which is what our projected yearly expense would be for the PFD with all of our planning and hiring and stuff like that. That negative $250,000 counts as an expense to the city because it's money going from the city accounts to the PFD accounts.
I may not understand the details. That seems more like a funding piece. I don't want to stall things. Do you think you could maybe get back to us and maybe help me understand kind of the differences and discrepancies there?
Trust me, I fought that one because I said, what is this? And so the two discrepancies in 2025 are both the $250,000 transfer and the $103,000 transfer to pay for the ballot measure. So that's about $350,000 more than we normally do. I don't count the $250,000 transfer as an expense, okay? Because we still have it. It's just not in city accounts, that's all.
Yeah, let's come back to it. Maybe you can work with Joe or others and
absolutely
understand that a little bit better in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. So one of the things that you'll notice on those previous things is that paying the bond was really quite a bit, and basically every year we have a principal payment. The bond was due to expire in 3 years. Once the bond expires, we lose the tax measure. And we're talking about losing a total of about $10 million in state funding over the next 30 years. And so what was also happening is the fact that every year we had approximately a $500,000 principal payment on that bond. And this one was due on April 1st of this year. And so what we did is we then took there's $1.6 million left. State law says you cannot refinance the bond if the level goes below 600K. So we couldn't let the balance get below 600K. So we were really pressed that we've got to refinance it before that level goes down too much. We have 30 years to pay it back. So, but you can get much lower interest rates from 10 years. So we went out and actually just got a bank loan, frankly, for 10 years at a much lower interest rate than we were currently paying on the bond. And so what that does is that kicks the can down the road for 10 years. Now, anytime in the next 10 years, we can basically take that bond, roll it up into a new bond, and refinance it again. So, and what that one movement did is the total bond payments in 2026 was reduced from approximately $530,000 to $43,000. And then if we now take which of course frees up our cash flow quite a bit and creates more reserve, and basically if we now take the new cash flow and match it with the lodging tax from Richland, we could potentially generate about $12 million for RFD projects. And we currently have around $1.7 million in reserves in both city and in our own accounts. So, path forward. Now we've basically freed up a lot of cash flow. So we want to use our current resource for planning and upgrades. We currently have a contract for planning an amphitheater upgrade, Reach basement remodeling. We're going to upgrade the landscaping and new signage in collaboration with Port of Kennewick. Before we do any of these upgrades, one of the rules that we have is we do a cost estimate and then we do a business plan. So any amphitheater upgrade will be done in the context of does it bring significantly more cash into the PFD. Same thing with the Reach basement remodeling. So everything is basically cast into the thing about is it financially viable. We're also evaluating potential Reach expansion with other $10 million, with other $10 to $12 million. This can either be expansion of the Reach, putting in a Manhattan Project National Park Museum, putting a children's museum. But what any new debt requires is a business plan and a financial risk analysis submitted to the Washington Department of Commerce. So before we do that, we've got to do a whole business planning process, and that takes time. So hence the next couple of years will probably be more planning than anything else, and to start a community discussion on what a successful 0.2% sales tax initiative could do. Because if we get that, then obviously we can do a lot more than just upgrading and enhancing the Reach. Okay, and so basically this really brings us to today and where the vision and the goals of the Richland PFD is. And really, frankly, after we've discussed it with everyone and the public and supporters and all the stakeholders, everyone really likes the original vision of the city of Richland to build a campus of cultural and art facilities on the river, and what we call it a STEAM park: science, technology, education, arts, and music. To focus on facilities that will improve cultural vibrancy and drive economic development in Richland. One of the drivers of this is that and this is something that city surveys have shown, is the fact that we've got great parks, we've got great recreation. What we don't have is we don't have arts facilities, we don't have museums. And so therefore this would add to the allure of coming into Richland, especially for professionals whose family needs something to do. And so the other thing is to ensure sustainability of the facilities. We're going to be conservative, engage the public to determine priorities, and the idea is going forward, we want to use our funds primarily for construction. One of the things that most people don't appreciate is that if you look at the Pasco Aquatic Center, approximately half of all the money the PFD will bring into that project goes for the operations. So basically, $2.5 million a year for their bond, $2.5 million a year to run it, because it is so expensive.
Steve, it looks like we have another question. Do you prefer at the end of your presentation for us to ask questions, or would you like
you can ask anytime you want.
Pat Holton is online and she has a question. Can you hear me, Pat?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes.
You said you were wanting to raise a 0.2% sales tax, and don't you currently have a 0.2% sales tax?
No, we have a 0.33%.
Would this be in addition?
Yes, this would be in addition. That would bring, right now, our 0.033% sales tax from the state brings us about $750,000 a year. The a 0.2% would bring in $4.5 million a year. I'll give you an example.
But don't you
yeah, go ahead.
Don't you currently have that?
I wish we
from.
I wish we did. No, we don't. Pasco has it. Pasco has. We went out for a a ballot measure last year that did not pass. And so to go out for it again, we're going to basically, first of all, to make sure that we are going out for something that everyone wants. Because obviously, you know, you can't, I mean, this is a public facility district. If people are voting against your tax, they don't want your public facility. So we need to know what they want before we even think about going out again. So we're not going to go out for a while until we figure out what to get it for.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Pat, I think that there's some background noise coming through on your end. Is that right, Drew?
Yeah, she muted.
Thank you, Pat.
Right. Yeah. Now, so one of the things that we did is to start this process of engaging the public in October of 2024, I believe we basically had a divisioning workshop. This slide was created by Fuse, and that's why not our fault. Anyhow, so we had a visioning workshop that was basically held in the Reach. And this was bringing in people from Visit Tri-Cities and all the stakeholders. Children's Museum people were there, the arts people were there, the museum people there, the performing people were there. And what they did is we basically talked about, if you had this money, what would you really want to see there? What would you really like to see? And that's been a whole day. We collected it, we created a report and stuff like that. And so out of that, we actually came with a sort of a visualization of what they would want. And you can see there an expanded reach, a children's museum, a cultural center, a performing arts center, an expanded amphitheater, and redoing the roads, and actually restore the stuff that doesn't have buildings into its natural state. Perhaps an arboretum or in other kind of cultural things and natural things. So this strategic goal for 2026, and this is where we're currently working on, is to reorganize the PFD to support its new mission. In the past, it was so totally focused on the Reach Museum, so we're going to do a lot more than that. Build a financial foundation for the expansion. I talked about the first step about refinancing the bond. This is very critical. Partner with community organizations that are aligned with our missions and goals, and to clearly communicate our goals and actions to everyone. And so you've probably all seen the newsletters, and every month I talk to all the stakeholders, and we have a new website, and we're trying to make sure that everything we do, everyone knows about, because this is a public facility district. We have to be engaged with community, get community buy-in, get city council buy-in, get everyone's buy-in before we move forward, and develop a comprehensive plan. And so the restructuring is going well. This was sort of where we've been so far. The PFD and the stakeholders of the Reach, ACTF currently, other future facilities like Manhattan Project, Children's Museum, and executive director is going to lead all that. We've redone the finance, legal, and administration. We're currently interviewing executive director candidates, so we're well ahead. We're well along the path to finishing this. We also want to develop a comprehensive plan for the park. We've established planning teams for the three aspects. The three aspects are the museum space, the performing space, and the park itself. And then we're going to generate multi-option initial planning and then hold a public charrette to gather input on Columbia Parkway. Sort of what the Port of Kennewick did with the Pista Field. And then, this is really important, is to sign interlocal agreement with the City of Richland to develop Columbia Park West. You guys basically will own Columbia Park West. It's your land, it's not ours. And we need the city to be with us on this. And so I think that the impact of the vision is strong and very wide-ranging. We're talking about a centrally located arts, entertainment, and cultural hub for the Tri-Cities, offering things that you just can't get anywhere else here. offering a wide range, and this is important, a wide range of both daytime and nighttime activities. Museums will be run during the day, performing arts centers will be running during the evening. And that basically, that continuous traffic is what you need to set up restaurants and stores around there, because it can't be just at night or during the day. It's got to be continuously to bring in the business volume they need to be successful. We also know we'll hope it will stimulate redevelopment in the Island View district, which is not one of the most affluent areas of town, and will help business recruitment by elevating the cultural life of our community. And this is the ask. We're waiting for the punchline. What we really need, and we need this is not an option, we need this. We need to update the current interlocal agreements. The current interlocal agreements were made during the financial crises, and they talk about collecting and managing PFD-specific taxes, managing bond payments, maintaining reserve accounts, and lease on the property, all those things. We need to renegotiate and say, okay, this is where we're going. The other thing is I would really like to continue the lodging tax contribution. Currently, we have a very low amount of tax we bring in. If we obviously have the lodging tax, which by the way, the amount of lodging tax the city contributes hasn't changed in 25 years. Our sales tax has gone up. The lodging tax is not. It's still at the $125K. And that would really help us be able to go out for a higher level of bonding so that we can build more facilities. We also, it's critically to have guidance and feedback. We exist to support the economic and cultural development of the city, and we cannot be successful without your support and help. And that's my presentation. And I'll be more than happy to take any more questions.
Good. Well, thank you for your information and update here. Appreciate your level of expertise. You've dove right into this, and it's been a passion of yours for a few years now. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Council, do we have any questions? Councilmember Meyer.
I know we have a limited amount of time, but could you talk a little bit more about specifically what needs to happen with interlocal agreements? And I know there was a few bullet points with the ask, but could we go into a little bit more specific about what you're looking for?
The interlocal agreements, okay, so normally the PFD is, quote, independent of the city except for interlocal agreements. And there's at least 4 interlocal agreements, and they are overlapping because they were written at different points. They're built 2001, 2003, 2004. The current interlocal agreements revolve around the lease of Columbia Park West, okay? And most of the attention was the fact that, number one, we had just barely enough money. We were bringing in tax measures to actually cover our bond. So it required a large reserves. So we had to put a lot of money in our reserve account. We also, the city had a loan agreement so that if we defaulted on it, the city would loan us the money, which lowered our tax rates, which lowered our rates a bit, but also guaranteed that if the taxes went down with another Great Recession and something like that, we would not be in default. Okay, so there's a loan agreement, there's the reserve agreement, and also because the Army Corps of Engineers put a lot of restrictions on the city when the city went in, agreed to lease the land and then back lease it to us. So basically, the interlocal agreements guaranteed that the PFD would fund any kind of expense that the city had to restore the land. And that meant very large reserve, as I said, over $500,000 in reserve just to cover the tearing down of the building. Now, the situation has changed quite a bit and will change even more if the reconveyance goes through. And so if the reconveyance goes through, obviously, the City of Richland will own the land and not the Army Corps of Engineers. We bring in a lot more taxes than we need for the bonds. So therefore, the large reserves don't really make any sense. But those agreements are still there, so we don't have access to those funds. If we are going to go forward and redo the finances and the development and stuff like that, we need to align those kind of interlocal agreements with the reality we have here. That's really what the most of it is.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So first, I want to thank you because I know there has been a lot of changes to the organization. I think everybody is aware of it. The monthly newsletter that has been very helpful for the community as well as the city leadership to stay up to date on what's happening with the public facility, as well as your effort to extend the sales tax an extra 55 years. So thank you for that. So I just want to make sure that we do understand. So the current purpose and plan is to increase the revenue in the facility based on whatever studies you will complete to make a determination what works best. Are we working on the basement, or are we expanding amphitheater? Whatever that may be, first we're going to try to monetize the existing space without asking for taxpayer funding. Correct. Once the organization is able to verify and justify to the community they are good stewards of the organization, and that they are, have the availability to bring in more revenue based on the management of that facility, then you will go to the to the voter for more money. Until then, we do not expect you to be asking for money of the taxpayer. You first will have to say, show me before I can actually give you the money. Is that what I understand to be?
That is the plan. And this is actually a fundamental change in the way that the reach has been done. What's so valuable historically, what's so valuable about taxes that PFDs get is you can build buildings. That's really hard to do. Supporting them is not nearly as hard as actually building them in the first place because of the capital requirements. So one of the first priority we had actually was to have the B reactor tours come from the reach. Okay, the B reactor tours are closed down by remodeling. Their center is closed down. When they reopen, we want them to launch from the Reach Museum because we have plans for a big gift shop so that the people, I'm serious, it turns out gift shops bring in lots of money and have a little museum there. And I remember growing up at the Oak Ridge Museum of Atomic Energy. I mean, that was a cash cow because of it drew outside visitors. We're also trying to increase tourism in this area. We want to get those tourists to come by to stop in Richland and to buy things and to stay at restaurants and things like that. And you do that by having something that attracts visitors as well as outside people, and to reduce the cost structure. So there's a lot of things we can do right now to invest to actually increase the earned income of the reach. And that by increasing the earned income, that means we can take more of that money to expand it, put in more exhibits, more things that really will bring in more people. And that's will go up. I mean, that will basically positive. The other thing is that right now we want to convince the public to trust the public facility district. And the best way of doing that is to show them by making the place look great, expanding it, bringing in what people want, to engage the people. Only when we're convinced that everyone is wildly enthusiastic about what we're doing would we even think about going out for a tax measure. And there's a lot of steps between now and then. So that's not really on our radar. Right now is make the best use of the resources that we have.
Thanks.
And before we get off, I also want to give a special thanks to Joanna Jones, who's been our liaison. She's been instrumental in keeping us informed about where the city is thinking and what the concerns are and stuff like that. And that's really been tremendously helpful in keeping us, focused on the most effective ways of moving forward. So thank you, Joanna.
If I don't see any more council member lights on, I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda. Again, Steve, thank you very much for this presentation and the effort that you've put into it.
You're welcome.
Joe, I didn't allow you to say anything. You were part of the presentation. Did you get in what you wanted to?
I talk to him all the time.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is the 2026 State Legislative Update. David Aubaugh, also part of the presentation as well. Who would like to go first?
We didn't really coordinate this. If you'd like, I can just jump in, and then Joe, you can join as necessary. I think you guys have some folks in the room that might be prepared to add some color commentary to some of the topics I'll mention.
Yeah, I think that'll work well, Dave. We did bring up to the table, if you can't see, Chief Pilcher, who will have some additional information on ALPR, and then Director Rizzatello, and he'll spend some time talking about capital.
That sounds great. So good evening, everybody. From Olympia, I'm Dave Aubaugh. I have worked for the city of Richland for a number of years, representing your interests in the legislature over here. And at first, when Joe mentioned this, I was looking forward to coming over and getting out of the, I live in Mason County, so the Mason-Thurston County area. I was ready for a break, but then the post-session cold hit, so I'm glad that I have a chance to try and get over this thing. Session ended now a couple of weeks ago already, a week and a half ago. Just to sort of set the scene for you a little bit, I'll remind you of some basics. I'm sure you all are well aware. The legislature in this state is dominated by Democratic majorities. The chambers each have about 60% Democratic majorities in them. So it makes it difficult for some of the Republican policies to advance. Your part of the world is represented by Republicans, so it's really important that those members can work well with folks on the other side of the aisle, and fortunately, your delegation is quite effective at that. Several factors as the legislature was coming into town sort of shaped how things were going to go. First, it was a short session. You know, I'm sure that there's a long sort of 105-day session to write the biennial budget. And then on the alternative year, even numbered year, there are short 60-day sessions. And those are intended to make adjustments to the budget because revenue projections on which the biennial budgets are made can fluctuate. And so we want to make sure we have to have a balanced budget in this state. And so that gives the legislature a chance to make adjustments as necessary. And this year they needed to, because when they came to town, despite the fact that about $9 billion in new tax revenue was passed last year, this year, they found that because of the economy, they were still about $2.5 billion short of meeting the necessary revenue. So that was brought on by a combination of reductions in federal spending out here, caseload increases for the state, increases in corrections populations, or K-12 increases, DSHS increases, things like that. And then the third factor is really kind of an interesting one, a pretty recently rapid escalation of the state liabilities. The state seems to be good at imposing rules on itself, not meeting the bar, and then being found liable for damages. And so that's been an issue that the legislature has been wrestling with, and it has a real budget impact. So cuts were necessary and tax increases were necessary to try to bring the budget into balance. A couple other things going on. Of course, there were a couple of initiatives to the legislature that the legislature did not act on, but they were there, and the proponents of those two initiatives were clamoring for action. And then there are also about, I counted, I think 18 or so initiatives to the people. And those all are out, presumably all out, and the proponents are collecting signatures on them. They have to get about 309,000 signatures by, I think it's July 11th in order to qualify for the ballot. So more on that. And then finally, of course, it's an election year. So everybody is sort of posturing and thinking about what they're doing next and looking at the future. General policy themes for this session, I'd say came down to 2 or maybe 2.5 things. Clearly, housing was a big issue this year. There were a handful of housing bills. One of them very significantly had to do with STEM housing requirements. That was sort of problematic for cities. The AWC took the lead on that. I thought did as well as could be expected, but that was a difficult one. And then there were some tax bills too, as I mentioned, to make sure that the budget would be balanced. And I guess I'll just say right now, I wasn't intricately involved in this bill, but who can forget the 25-hour marathon session where the legislature debated amendments to the so-called, it's officially called the Millionaire's Tax Bill, but it imposes an income tax on folks in Washington state that make over $1 million, about a 9.9% tax, I think it is. So that's kind of those are the general themes. The half a theme, I would say, was a sort of surprise, but there was a lot of discussion about climate and energy policy. I do a lot of energy policy work, so maybe I'm just sort of biased to listen to that. But the state has created policy objectives and requirements around energy, and they have not allowed for infrastructure and facilities to be developed to allow the kind of energy they want developed in this state to be delivered and to function well, supporting the grid. So there was a lot of discussion about that. Much of it revolved around a bill related to data centers that ultimately fell apart and did not pass. But there was more discussion about climate issues and energy issues than I would have expected. So what I thought I'd do is just kind of go through. Before I go talk about any of the bills, let me just mention that I think Richland did pretty well this year, given the circumstances we faced in Olympia. In a word, I would say it was a very intense session, but you all did a great job of talking to your delegation. I know that, in addition to me, talking to these folks, there are many conversations and meetings and phone calls and interactions that you all have with the delegation here. So staff and council member contacts with members is critically important to make things work. So we were, I think, quite successful in getting some of the things we wanted because of all of that work. Most of the factors that make a successful outcome in the legislature don't have anything to do with when they're in session. It's all getting all of the bumps and problems and issues worked out when members have time to think about it in the interim when they're home, and you can spend a little bit more time talking to them about an issue and educating them. So all of that was well done, and we need to do, we just keep that game going as we move into the next year or into this interim planning for the next legislative session. Another thing that was really helpful this year for us was the fact that we had a pretty effective coalition effort. And the example I will point to for that to illustrate how well that worked was House Bill 1210, the Targeted Urban Area Bill. There we worked with business interests that were interested in getting this bill passed. We worked with labor, and then we worked with some legislators that were quite helpful, and with Energy Northwest as well. So this combination of factors helped push us over the top in the end. It could not have been done without the coalition members. And I have to say in particular, because there was some stickiness in the Senate, Labor's influence there with a couple of members was extremely helpful. So we owe them some gratitude for helping to get this thing across the finish line. So I guess I'll just start there. House Bill 1210, you know that bill quite well. I don't need to spend too much time talking about it. It is the Targeted Urban Area Bill. It allows you to extend a local tax preference to businesses you're interested in seeing locate in the city. And they have to be related to clean energy industry, but I lost my train of thought. But anyway, that was a 2-year effort. Representative Barnard sponsored it and worked quite hard on your behalf to push it through. Another bill that I mentioned just earlier briefly, the STEP bill. This is a housing bill that caused AWC some consternation. It imposes conditions. It requires or mandates that cities allow certain kinds of housing, and it limits the amount of control or conditions cities can impose on those things to make sure they conform to local interests. It was amended towards the end of the process to allow a little more flexibility with city regulation, but it's still, I think, viewed as a mandate that is troubling some jurisdictions. Housing is going to continue to be an issue. This will probably, I wouldn't be surprised if whatever was adopted this year, parts of it will be amended in the future, perhaps the near future, but that was a difficult one, I think, for AWC. Another one we worked a lot on is the automatic license plate reading bill, and I think there's going to be some discussion about that. But John reached out to me and flagged this one as an interest for the city because as it was initially introduced, it did not include gross misdemeanors. It was pretty much limited, as I recall, to felony crimes. And we were interested in expanding that, as were many other jurisdictions. And in the end, the House sponsored the bill. The Senate bill prevailed, but there was a companion bill in the House introduced by Representative Salahuddin. And he worked on this with us. I had conversations with him, as did many other city representatives. And we were able to convince and compel them to broaden the bill a little bit to make it a more useful tool, I think, for cities. Representative Connors was particularly helpful also on this one. So hats off to her. Please thank her for her help with it next time you talk to her. Representative Walsh, not from your part of the world, but over here in the 19th district was helpful as well. So it's kind of a team effort. But and then AWC, I gotta say, did a nice job with this one too. It was a very heavy lift, and so with all of us working together, we were able to make some improvements to it. I'm going to stop there because I don't know if there are questions. That I've been rambling along about anything that I've mentioned so far.
Thank you, Dave. How about the three gentlemen here? Did you want to add on?
This might be a good time to expand on ALPR. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. On March 5th, 2026, Senate Bill 6002 was passed, which addressed a number of issues with automated license plate readers. There's three types: law enforcement, parking enforcement, and transportation agencies. I'll focus on the law enforcement aspect because, of course, that's what the part that I'm most familiar. The new law does allow ALPR data to be compared to State Department licensing, State Criminal Justice Information System, FBI Kidnapped and Missing Persons List, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's List, and the Washington Missing Persons List. Further, it allows us to compare for stolen vehicles, those associated with missing or endangered persons, those registered to an individual with outstanding felony or misdemeanor warrants. And as previously discussed, initially it only had to do with felonies, but I'm pleased to see that gross misdemeanors have been included in that. It also made clear that ALPR data cannot be used for immigration enforcement or investigation. We were not doing that previously, of course, but also in the locations of protected healthcare services or to track and monitor activity protected by the Washington Constitution and First Amendment. It may not also collect ALPR data in the immediate surroundings of a facility that provides protected healthcare, facilities that conduct immigration matters, elementary and secondary schools, places of worship, courts, and food banks. I'll expand a little bit more on that shortly. Agencies that wish to use ALPR systems must register them with the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is mandated to create those forms within 180 days, and all systems used must be registered with the AGO. Retention has been set at 21 days, so we will shorten ours from 30 to 21 days. And some of that may be retained for probable cause felony or gross misdemeanor warrants. ALPR data is now exempt from the Public Records Act, and further, the AGO must create a model policy by December 1st, 2027, and any agency operating in a registered ALPR system must submit an adopted ALPR policy to the AGO and detail if it is consistent with or deviates from the AGO policy. And then lastly, every year our agency must submit reports on the usage and practice to the legislature and also post those publicly. Operationally for us, the issues will be, as soon as signed, we will be shutting down both of our ALPR systems. We have one system that is 10 fixed cameras throughout the city. The other is that mounted on our patrol cars. Our patrol cars have patrol car mounted cameras. Within that is an ALPR system. So when this is enacted, we will shut both systems down. Our in-car cameras will still work, but they will not have the ALPR option. The reason for that is, A, neither system would be registered at that point, so we have to wait for the registration to come through. The second point is our vehicle-mounted ALPRs could gather information at those restricted locations. So once the registration process is complete, we do know that our existing fixed cameras do not collect data at any of those restricted locations, so we'll consider turning that back on. The vehicle-mounted systems will not be turned back on. We do not have a way to geofence or eliminate the fact that we could be gathering information at those restricted locations. So that will have to be something for further down the road as either technology is altered or how we would go about addressing that. I think that sums it up. I'm happy to take questions.
How long, when you shut the system down, how long will it take until it's registered to be able to start it again?
We do not know. The law states that the Attorney General's office must provide the process by which we register them within 180 days. Once we receive that from the Attorney General's office, we will do that for our fixed camera locations. But I do not know exactly when that will occur.
In the meantime, until you get that notice, they remain as they are?
They will be turned off. To comply with the law, our systems will not be registered because we do not have a mechanism by which we can register them because it has not been created by the Attorney General's office.
So you turn them off now?
We will turn them off when the law is signed. It is yet to be signed by the governor.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you for the presentation. So the City of Richland cameras are still active?
They are operating at this time.
So it's not like other cities that they have made a decision to pause any of those cameras? Okay. And then the second question is, felonies, gross misdemeanors, missing, stolen vehicles, domestic violence.
Yes, that would fall either into the gross misdemeanor or felonies.
Okay. And then we're just waiting now, you're saying, for the state to actually give the rules of the game in order to, or what exactly you're waiting for?
Truthfully, I'm not exactly sure what it will look like. It will be a process by which we can register our system with the Attorney General's office.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly what that'll look like because it is yet to be created.
So if you're not using the vehicle camera, which is the one that goes through the streets and is able to determine whether a vehicle is stolen or not, then really we're not doing that at the end of the day, because the one in the dash cam inside the vehicle does not necessarily point to the outside, where it's not constantly recording those plates numbers to ensure or cross-reference them for any stolen vehicles or any individual that is being now looked for by the police department, like what you guys ended up doing a few weeks ago, where you had the system running and you were able to capture this person, I think it was from the west side.
Yes.
So that won't work, I don't think, because that is the outside camera in the vehicle, correct?
Correct. We will be shutting down both the fixed cameras and the vehicle-mounted cameras. The scope of vision of those cameras not only picks up the street, but also picks up the parking lots. And so there could be vehicles parked in schools, medical facilities, immigration locations that we would then capture. And per the law, we cannot capture that information. So we will be shutting those cameras down. And I do not have a predicted method by which we will turn those back on at this time.
So how effective will be just to have the dash cam only?
Yeah, the dash cam is still very helpful. Officers can go back and record. Let's say they see a car running that. It is a computer modification that we can truthfully we can call up Axon and they'll shut it off for us. Okay. But the cameras will still work and it will still capture that information that we store. We just will not be able to compare it and use the ALPR.
Yeah, so you will not be able to get that warning immediately saying this vehicle is is being searched by XYZ police department somewhere else. So in a way, it is not effective for us to have that, I guess, because we're not going to be able to the police department is not going to be able to help solve crimes as they were able to before this law passed.
It will limit that aspect of the cameras, but they still are a benefit in other aspects of our duties.
We're just giving the criminals more room to get away with stuff by limiting what the law enforcement can do. So thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Do we own or lease the fixed ALPR installation we have?
We lease those. When we return them, there'll be a cost to return them to the vendor.
Okay, and but we're replacing our current vendor, is that correct?
Yes, just last week we began the process with the help of the city attorney to end that contract, and then that would terminate that. That's a different matter.
Right.
And then we would be going with a different vendor for those fixed cameras, and we would replace them likely in similar locations or nearby, and those would be ensured they do not incur that limitation that is created by the law.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Have we done that analysis yet?
We do know our existing cameras do not incur that limitation at this point.
Okay.
We would ensure that if we move them at all in the future, they do not incur that.
Okay, and will we be owning or leasing the next vendor?
I'd have to check with that.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
And then you said we don't have a timeline for when we'd be able to turn the mobile LPRs back on. Are we investigating that? Are we waiting for feature announcements from Axon, or what's the status on that side of things?
We have met with them and asked questions about geofencing. They weren't at that point capable of responding. This is the only state that has that limitation, so it's not something that they were at that point, and this was just last week we met with them, that they were ready to respond to. So I do not have an answer for how or when that will be able to be used again.
Okay, so pending any changes in the law or any changes in Axon's product roadmaps, the status going forward will be we will continue to have fixed ALPRs with annual public reports. Mobile ALPRs will be disabled for the foreseeable future.
That is my understanding of the law and how the technology works at this time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The assistant city manager does know that it is a lease for Axon. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Who would be?
I'm not sure what any more questions on that issue. Director Rizzatello is ready to talk about capital. We had what I consider a pretty successful year in that regard, and Mike's ready to talk about that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Council. So I'll go over a list that we submitted and then the wins. I will say that considering this was a short session, we were very successful. In my experience dealing with this in both College Place and Colfax, typically there are about 14-page forms for each project where they want to know history of everything, and we submitted them for the tire pile, fixing the HVAC for the fiber hut, concept of a shrub step mitigation bank to help with the development, State Route 240 in Erin Drive, then 240 in Snively around where the proposed Veterans Cemetery will be, and then the Tap Teal Trail. So turned in all forms, had the discussions. What's very interesting this session is that this South Richland's covered by the 8th Legislative District, but due to the redistricting, it was educating the 16th District. 16th District happens to be where I used to work at over in College Place. Now Columbia County and Dayton's out of the 16th, and then now it covers like the northern end of Pasco and then Richland as well in the 16th. So out of everything, we did get 2 of the projects funded, which is great. So the tire pile, that was a very interesting ride to get that money situated, because turned out when the state increased the tire recycling fee from $1 to $5, they made another tire account, and then they basically forgot that there was like money in the original tire account, and WSDOT was going to take it for other pavement projects. But luckily, through working with both delegations, we got on top of that, and working with Ecology, they had contractors that they just have on call for that sort of thing, make sure what we were asking for was the correct amount, and the amount we're getting to remove the the tire piles $3.2 million. So that was awarded to us as well. Then the HVAC and the fiber hut project. And this is why you submit several projects, because one of the things I learned when I was over in College Place, you never know where there's like room in the budget. Sometimes it's in climate commitment, other times it's in transportation. You just never know how things shake out. So in our case, there was room in the climate commitment emissions account, and for the HVAC fiber hut project, we ended up getting $600,000. So the full amount of money there. And with the other projects, I think what's really key is as we're getting into the longer session for next year, the fact that we laid the groundwork for these other projects, they will remember that. And I had it several times when I was over in College Place where we talked about Highway 12 or the water tower or some other stuff during short session, and then long session came, and then we got all those projects. So I think it's really good. We got two pretty significant projects in a short.
Is there more?
Not from us, Dave. I know you kind of punted back to us, and you might have cut yourself short. Is there anything else that you would like to add to wrap up this subject tonight?
I think we've mostly hit the highlights. I did want to go back and mention with respect to the license plate bill that part of the challenge with that bill is that it has what's called an emergency clause on it, which means that the bill will become law immediately upon the governor signing it. Most bills don't take effect until 90 days after the end of session. But in this case, because of that emergency clause, it takes effect right away. So that's why, suddenly you have to hit the pause button on using those that technology and let the Attorney General's office develop whatever kind of registration process they're going to have. The only thing I would add is that the discussion, I think, on the capital budget items also illustrates the point that we need to just keep working with our delegation. I would encourage the city to start developing objectives for next session, the long session, as soon as possible. And let's start talking to people, because the earlier we can get in and see them and get the education done, the better. It'll be a little bit interesting this year because, as I mentioned, it's an election year. There will be some musical chairs going on where I think Senator Banky won't be filing for the state Senate again. He's got other plans. I think it's possible Senator Torres moves to the 8th district and files for that state Senate seat. I don't know. You guys have a better handle on the local dynamics there than I do for all that. But there'll be some changes. And another big one, specifically related to the capital budget, is that Representative Steve Theringer from Port Angeles will not be running again. And so we'll have somebody named Lisa Callan, who is the vice chair now, likely chairing that committee beginning next session. She stepped in because Theringer had an illness and missed much of this session. So Callan is somebody that's got a little bit of experience with the gavel, but we need to get better acquainted with her. So that's really it. I truly appreciate all of the support you guys provide me with my efforts over here, but it is a team deal. So let's just stay coordinated as we move forward, and we'll get great things done.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate you over there. Is there more? Did we also get funding for the 240 Shively Road interchange going on there too?
Not full funding. There was like an allocation for 240, and in talking with Representative Clicker, there is like a partial amount in there, but not the full amount. So we at least have the start of it. But I will say a future council meeting, there'll be a resolution for congressional directed spending, because similar situation federally, and we'll be making very similar requests in that vein to Congress. So
what you're saying is that we have enough for a bike lane out there, and that's about it.
Pretty much.
Council, any other questions? Oh, I didn't see you. excuse me.
And that's okay. This is probably for Dave and for Joe and John. We've been fine-tuning, I think, our approach, both working locally with our representatives and then how we're approaching Olympia. I wouldn't expect here, but maybe, Dave, could you work with our city administration and provide kind of while the iron's hot, any lessons learned or recommendations or thoughts you would have for us to continue to fine-tune our messaging and our approach so we can be as successful as we can, not just in 2 years, but if we can start working things now. Always looking to see how we can present ourselves and our hopes and wants and dreams better. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Councilmember John.
City manager. I don't want to be mistaken for elected official. No, I just don't want to be given that responsibility. I just want you to know that on Saturday, we played host to the 16th district. They had their town hall. They did kind of their recap of the legislative session. So Senator Dozier, Representatives Clicker and Rude were in this chamber. They actually filled the chamber. And had a good discussion. They were very appreciative of our approach to the work that we had and the relationships we've established with them as being new to the district. And so both they were very appreciative of using the space on Saturday as well as during session. So just wanted to report on that.
Thank you for that report. Councilmember Witten.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Arbaugh for the legislative updates that he gave and all of the work that he did over in Olympia for us. I read the summary that you provided and was very thankful for that. And I'd also like to say thanks to city staff and the other council members who went over to Olympia to further our objectives in legislature. So I think we did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other comments. Do we have anything else to cover before we adjourn? Nothing? Okay. Thank you one and all. Appreciate it. And the time is 7:24. This meeting is adjourned.
You know what? I like Richland. Dog Doogity, no doubt. Play on, Richland. Play on, Richland. Yo, your dog just dropped a deuce. Doggy, get down, good dog. Baby, gotta walk her through Howard A. And all around our town, cover much ground. She gonna walk it from Leslie. In the sun, it's a good day. Each and every day, it's the our way. A girl and a dog, they were fine. Wow. Until they left the dookie, that's a crime. From the north side to the south side, it's a good day to take a trail ride. Keep your doggy on a leash with care. You know the trails are there to share. We gotta keep it fair. I noticed that day, doggy wasn't holding nothing back. Doggy, when you do your do, I pick it up for you. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, let's keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, you know we love our city. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, we got to keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, 'cause we love our city. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up now. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local business. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Everyone is out to beat Richland every single year. It's always any school against Richland, but it's really like us against ourselves, because at the end of the day, when it comes to our competitiveness, we all show up for each other, but we're all fighting for our spots.
I think we have such an amazing team this year, and I think going through league, districts, and like all the way to state, we're going to be an amazing team, and it's going to be hard to beat us.
We've always had successful student athletes that are highly skilled, both on the field and off the field, that have come through Richland. But what I really credit most of the success to is the girls' ability to work outside of practice, right? We only practice 2 hours a day, but I know almost all of them are leaving practice and going to do more work on their softball skills.
I think our strength is our hitting. We have Kelly Richards, our hitting coach. He knows what he's doing with hitting. We work on hitting every day, certain drills every day. He's been around a long time. He coached Team USA.
I mean, we obviously have great pitching on this team, but we have good everything else too. I think our pitching is definitely our strong suit though, but once we get like our fielding and hitting, which we...
And that really starts with our pitching.
I would definitely say we're a fast team. We want to get on first. We want to be the first one to score. We try to score 15 runs in the first inning. That's what our coaches tell us. We steal a lot of bases. We're a fast team.
Right from day one, we've hit the ground running. The team chemistry is at a very high level right now, on and off the field. It's really exciting for myself and the other coaches to see how they react when game time comes. I mean, we have a group of what we call gamers, and it's exciting to watch and be a part of.
Our goals are to show up every day, work hard. So we all have the same goal, and it's winning state.
Obviously the goal is to win state. We know what that looks like. We know what the competition is out in state. We knew it last year. We knew where we had to be. We just fell a little short. But those games all the time. So that means, we're not thinking of really, tomorrow. We're thinking of today, right? So today we're preparing as we need to for our games tomorrow. But the focus is on today.
Nice. Hey, who's up?
Kids have been pretty excited for a while now.